I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Berry. Here. Senator Blackman. Here. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Branning. Senator Brumfield. Here. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler. Senator Carter. Senator Chazanall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkin. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator Ladner. Senator McCon. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Rhodes. Senator Robinson. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation beginning by Senator Andy Berry, be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance that will be given by Senator Chuck Younger. Senator Berry.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, this morning I thank you for this day, Lord. I thank you that you are a God that allows a sinner like me to bring our petitions to you directly, Father. Father, today I just simply have one request, that you just remove the human prejudice, the sinful nature of us here as we make decisions for the state, Lord, and we just simply do your will in everything that we do. In your name that I pray, amen.
Amen.
Would you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Senator Younger. Senator Polk, you're recognized. I missed Senator Polk. Oh, Senator Blackwell. I'm missing a.
Hobson. Senator Hobson. Oh, there's Senator Polk. Oh, there's Polk.
First of all, we'll get into waiving here in just a moment. Thank you all for coming in early and doing the state's work. We have a busy calendar on deadline day. So appreciate everybody's work into the evening the last several days and taking the people's business so seriously. So we'll go to Senator Polk. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Who would dispense with reading of the journal?
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions.
Mr. President, move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. Senator Younger.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery, we have a real sweet lady who is a W alum, Stephanie Floyd. Please give her a warm welcome, everybody.
Thank you and welcome. Thank you for getting up so early this morning. Senator Hobson, we'll go to the calendar. If there's no other introductions, we'll go to the calendar. Senator Hobson, pass and retain. Number 1, Senator Harkins, pass and retain. Senator number 2, motions to reconsider the vote. Motions to reconsider the vote. Items 3 through 14. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 14, Senate Bill 2311, call it up and have the title read.
Is there anyone before item 14? They'll retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title on 14, Senate Bill 2311.
Senate Bill number 2311, Sheriff's remove cap on annual salary supplement.
I'd like to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed for the purpose of an amendment.
Chairman desires to reconsider the vote by which it passed. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now that we're back on the bill, I believe the desk has the amendment.
One moment, please. Okay, we're good now, Senator. Ready to go.
So after we passed the bill yesterday for the sheriff pay raise, there were a couple of jurisdictions where there was a provision that stated that the Board of Supervisors shall provide the supplement to the sheriff. One in particular is for Hinds County, for the sheriff of Hinds County, who I think has been doing a wonderful job. The concern that was relayed to me was that they were not sure if the Board of Supervisors, with the removal of shall, would see fit to continue to provide that supplement that the sheriff is receiving. And so even though I do not represent any part of Hinds County, I stand up here to ask you to do something for Hinds County and the city of Jackson area because as a senator, I represent this entire body and I represent all of the sheriffs, and I feel this amendment makes the bill stronger. I also found a provision that impacts Senator Branding's district. I do not believe in her district that there would be any desire to maybe reduce the salary, but since we were adding the amendment, I added her as an author with her permission. And so the amendment basically says at the end of the section, notwithstanding any provision of this section to the contrary, no sheriff shall receive for his services an annual salary less than the salary paid to that sheriff on the effective date of this act. So basically, whatever your sheriff is making at the time of this passage of this act, they will continue to make, but their Board of Supervisors will have the provision to allow them to provide the increase we discussed yesterday should they see fit to do so. So that's an explanation of the amendment. I yield for questions regarding the amendment.
Questions regarding the amendment? Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Very quickly, Mr. President. Chairman, I just wanted to know the Board of Supervisors in said county will be responsible for these raises,
Correct.
According to this amendment.
Right. So according to the bill we passed yesterday, this gives the Board of Supervisors the ability, should they decide to provide a raise of up to $35,000 a year that's spread on their minutes, and they have to go through the procedure that's typical for the supervisors. But what this amendment does is it just makes sure that at the passage of this bill, there will not be a single sheriff who has a chance to receive less than what they're receiving now.
So they're not compelled to do this. This is just an option.
It's optional. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
So now, if there are no further questions, I move passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call being requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. No. Blackman? Barnett? Turner? Ford? Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes with 3 noes. Noted. Bill passes on use of morning roll call. Senator Barr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we suspend the rules and go back and take up item number 8, please.
Motion is suspend the rules and go back to item 8. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. We're on 8, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2348, State Workforce Investment Board make technical changes to provisions related thereto.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we table the motion to reconsider. I've talked to Senator Sparks, and we're good with all the language of the bill, and so I ask that we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion is to table. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Motion tabled. We go back. Anyone else on motion to reconsider the vote? Motion to reconsider. Okay, we'll go to the general. I'm sorry, Senator Simmons. There we go.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 12 on the motion to reconsider calendar, Mr. President, and ask that the title be read.
We have to suspend the rules, sir, because we went by that with Senator Parker, so the motion would be to suspend the rules, sir.
I move that we suspend the rules and go up to item 12 on the motion to reconsider calendar, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
I make the usual motion, Mr. President.
There's no need for that, sir.
Okay. Mr. President, I move that we reconsider the vote by which item number 12, Senate Bill 2697 passed.
Would you read the title, Mr. Clerk?
Senate Bill number 2697, property exemption, property used exclusively and directly for certain purposes belong to the foundations using it.
Okay, now we're ready. Motion to reconsider, sir.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, the reason why we are reconsidering this vote, I would like to amend the bill to put a reverse repeal in the bill.
Okay, the motion is to reconsider the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we need the amendment, Senator.
Yep. Senators, we are just putting a reverse repeal in this bill as it goes through the process so that we can keep on looking at this so we don't hurt our universities and colleges as it relates to the property that was actually donated to the foundations. That's the explanation of the amendment. I ask for adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
One moment, please. Okay, we have the amendment on the screen now. We're ready for your motion, sir.
I move that we adopt the amendment, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, now that I ask that we adopt the bill.
By use of the morning roll
By
call.
use of the one roll call, Mr. President.
Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Adopted by use of the morning roll call. Anyone else on reconsider the vote? Items down to 14. We only had 3. Anyone else? Okay, we go to the general calendar. Senator Parker. Pass and retain. Senator Carter. Pass and retain. Senator Michelle. Pass and retain. Senator Parker, item 18, sir. Pass and retain 18 and 19, Senator Polk. Number 20, pass and retain Senator Thompson. Pass and retain 21, Senator Chazanal. Senator Chazanal. Pass and retain Senator Branning. Pass and retain 23 and 24, Senator Suber. Senator Suber, we're on 25, Senate. Pass and retain Senator Suber. Senator Barrett. Pass and retain 26, Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, we're on 27, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 27 and ask its how to be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2799, Public Official Appointments, Revised Terms of Office and Appointment Procedures on Certain State Boards, Districts, and Agencies.
Make the usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
I'd like to call it to Committee 7 and ask that you recognize Senator Sparks to explain
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the committee's substitute. On 27, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee sub for Senate Bill 2799, it should be up on your website. This bill is addressing appointments to our state boards and commissions and agency directors. This is trying to get continuity across terms, across appointments, dealing with holdovers, different things. There's a list up here. If anyone would like to have one, I'm sure the pages will bring it to you. This addresses about 162 either agency boards, commissions, or executive directors. The meat of the bill is the first 7 pages because it addresses what we do. And I want to, before we get started, just a couple of things. This begins in 2028 because that will be when the next governor comes in, and the majority of these appointments are gubernatorial, has nothing to do with existing boards, has nothing to do with existing elected officials, so that's why we are beginning this in 2028. We will not change the membership of any agency, board, and commission as is currently construed. We're not changing who appoints those positions. There's no change monetarily, per diem, or payment. There's no change in qualifications or experience. I've had a few questions as it relates to agencies, boards, and commissions. All of those professional requirements and things like that are maintained in the legislation. We do task the Secretary of State's office. We give them the duty to inform the appointing person or entity whose term is up for appointment so that it can be clearer about the process that goes through. It also adds advice and consent to some areas that have priorly not been advice and consent of the Mississippi State Senate. We're advising and consenting members of the board, also executive directors of these boards, agencies, and commissions. This bill also addresses holdovers. Holdovers have been confusing across some of these agencies, boards, and commissions, and that holdover period will end after 6 months. We want people to make these appointments. The way this will function in the future is that the majority of the board, beginning in 2028, will be appointed by the appointing authorities in year 1. They will have 4-year terms. We will not have this hodgepodge of 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7-year terms. They're going to have 4-year terms so that they can be approved by the body of which they're serving. The balance of that board, the remaining balance, will be appointed in year 3. Therefore, we will appoint the majority of the board in year 1 of a governor's term and the balance of that board in year 3. There will be a rotation that if an appointing entity fails to make their appointment, after a period of time, it will rotate to the next person to make sure that these things are being done. There's also provisions that address membership on the board if they are failing to meet. That is a basic overview, and I will go briefly through the language in Section 1. This is current language that will stay the law until January 1st of 2028. After 2028, unless otherwise provided by law, there are some boards, agencies, and commissions that are constitutionally addressed that will not be affected by this legislation. But the appointments to agencies, boards, and commissions and executive director positions will be made with the advice and consent of the Senate. 4-year terms that will end on December 31st of the proper year of that term, again, unless the Constitution provides otherwise. Paragraph 2 is all appointments whose term is expiring shall serve until the successor is appointed and qualified, but no event shall serve past July 1. There will be a 6-month holdover provision. After that, you will no longer be in that position unless you are reappointed. Geographic representation is something we've tried to clean up throughout the legislation. We've had a lot of issue over the years with congressional districts, so we have made the geographic representation to be Supreme Court districts as they exist at the time of appointment. That way people will know where and when and what to do. And 4, all appointments to agencies, boards, and commissions are in a staggered fashion, as I stated earlier, that the majority will be in year 1 and the balance will be in year 3. They will be for 4-year terms. The Secretary of State will be the records repository for all appointments. They will be tasked with making sure that the appointing authority knows that they have appointments, and the Secretary of State will also make the determination if there is a question as far as whose term is ending. They will make sure and get that to the appointing authority. The rotation in 6 is that if after 6 months an appointment has not been made, that there will be a wheel of rotation that will be the governor, the lieutenant governor, to the Secretary of State. So if anyone fails to make their appointments, it will rotate to the next person. And if someone who's not in that list fails to make an appointment, it would rotate first to the governor and then on through that process. Of course, interim appointments continue to be effective, but they are only for 9 months. Paragraph 9 addresses chronic absenteeism across the board. And then paragraph 10 addresses appointments and director positions that are done while we're in vacation. In other words, we're not in session, that will be addressed. And that is the concept of the bill. That is the language of the bill. Then each section that follows is applying this actual language to the agency, board, commission, or director that is listed on the pass out. That is an explanation of the bill, Mr. President, and I would yield for any questions. Excuse me, the committee sub.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President, to the chairman.
Will you yield, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Senator Jordan is
Yes.
recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The reason for this, do you think that make the boards, are the boards working efficiently now as it constructed? Or will this improve the function of the board by eliminating layovers or hangovers? Well, layovers would be the proper term.
Yes, sir. I believe it will affect the efficiency of the board because in some cases we have positions that have not been filled for a long period of time, so it's hard for that board to function properly. And then if we have holdovers who are no longer appointed to that position, that's not functional. We need to make sure that people that are on these boards, desire to be on these boards, are attending the meetings and they're doing the work of the people.
So we're looking for efficiency.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Barnett? For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Will you
President.
for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Thank you for this legislation, but just to be sure, so in the next gubernatorial election or statewide election, after the appointment of said governor, and if that governor has to be reelected again, does he or she have to bring back those appointments again? Would they have to be confirmed every time this person is elected?
The terms of these positions are 4 years, including executive directors. And so when that term ends, the appointing authority could reappoint, or a new governor could reappoint the same person that served in that role. But this body, the Senate, will advise and consent every 4 years.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move that we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. We're ready on the bill.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Turn it forward. Present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Hill, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, note 2 presents. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. We move to 28. Senator Blunt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2780, authority of Secretary of State to approve leases located on public trust tidelands clarified.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and ask to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the bill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate, this bill deals with the very important gaming industry on our Gulf Coast and the Secretary of State's role in administering the public trust tidelands as trustee for the people of the state of Mississippi. We've worked extensively with the Secretary of State on this bill. The bill has been double referred and comes to you from the Gaming Committee and the Ports Committee. We've also listened to every single casino on the Gulf Coast who supports this bill to deal with some potential changes that were made by the Gaming Commission late last year with regard to sites. I don't know if you've been keeping up with what's going on in Alabama, but it is absolutely critical to this vital industry on the Gulf Coast that we keep the regulatory certainty that has made this industry successful and employs tens of thousands of people. And that's what this bill will do. This bill deals with gaming sites. As I mentioned, it deals with the public trust tidelands. It protects the sand beach, which has been the policy of every Secretary of State since the advent of gaming. It puts that into law. It deals with, it requires a tidelands lease from the Secretary of State for any gaming purpose. It also clarifies, and we're going to have an amendment to the Committee 7 in just a little bit that we've been working on a lot. It clarifies that existing ports and harbors that are run by local governments are under their exclusive control and that they keep the revenue from any activities generated thereon. Those decisions are best made by the people who live in those communities. And it codifies the existing regs that have been in place since the advent of gaming with regard to amenities for casinos on the Gulf Coast. You know, we've done this right with a free market approach that encourages investment and the creation of jobs on the coast, and we want to maintain that. What I've learned is that all of this is subject to change by the commission, and it shouldn't matter who's on the commission, who's in the legislature, who's the Secretary of State. We have a consistent environment for this important industry. I'll be happy to walk through the committee substitute real quick and answer any questions. Section 1 and 2 of the bill deals with the tidelands leasing authority of the Secretary of State and requires that any gaming operation get a lease from the Secretary of State. Every casino that is open and operating today will not be affected, and every casino, every legal gaming site that is legal today will be legal if this bill passes. This is a going forward legislation. To locate on shore, it protects the 800-foot rule and the in lieu assessment for casinos that chose to leave the water after Katrina and pay an in lieu assessment. They do that. It defines terms in Section 3 regarding fast lands and public trust tidelands. For those of you who aren't familiar, public trust tidelands are the lands below the mean high water line, under the water on the Gulf Coast. Those lands belong to the state of Mississippi, and the Secretary of State as Land Commissioner is responsible for leasing those lands. Then beginning with Section 6 and 7, we go through the Public Trust Tidelands Act, and then beginning with Section 8, we deal with the local ports and harbors. I'll be honest with you, Senator Thompson is the expert on this and has worked tirelessly on this, and we have an amendment to clarify that, but I want to emphasize the ports and harbors that are under control of local governments down there, there's language throughout this bill that says that they have the exclusive control of the management of those properties, and that they keep the revenue for the improvement of those properties. And then the amenities requirement, as I mentioned, is at the end of the bill. Well, I can't find my section here. Essentially, the existing gaming regulations with regards to investment, we copied those regulations from the Gaming Commission and put them in the statute for any new casino approval. Those regulations regarding amenities do not affect casinos on the river. They may need to be smaller, and they can be reduced by the commission. That's an explanation of the committee sub, Mr. President. I think before I take questions, if I may, I'd like to explain amendment number 1 of the committee sub.
We'll need to adopt the committee substitute, sir, before you go to the amendment.
Move adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
Okay. Mr. President, I offer amendment number 1 to Senate Bill 2780 and ask to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the amendment. It's on the screen, Senator. We're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned, there's been a lot of conversations involving local governments on the Gulf Coast to protect their authority to manage ports and harbors down there. We have, speaking for myself, and I know for the Secretary of State, we are not interested in micromanaging those local properties. Those properties are best managed by the people who live there. The property belongs to the state of Mississippi, but the decisions about the management and the revenues from those should be decided by the folks who live there, and that's what this amendment would do to further clarify, as I said, that a lease is required, and then the money and the decisions rest with the locals. And we, because of concerns about some issues that may have arisen in the past, we are further clarifying in this amendment that the Secretary of State shall include lease terms regarding the use of this property, and he may not restrict the public uses of these properties, provided that the uses by the local government comply with the higher public purpose of the Public Trust Tidelands Act. And then we again require that a casino shall get a Tidelands lease from the Secretary of State. Mr. President, that's an explanation of the amendment. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator.
I believe now, Mr. President, we're back on the committee sub as
Committee
amended.
sub, it's ready to go. We've already approved it.
I'm happy to answer any questions. I think we have one more amendment from Senator Thompson.
All right. Well, let's do the amendment next, then, sir. Senator Thompson, you're recognized on the second amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill has generated a lot of concern back on the coast, particularly from our local governing authorities, our counties and cities. We want to make sure that nothing in this bill precludes those local governing authorities from having exclusive control over their ports and harbors. For that reason, I'm offering an amendment to add a reverse repealer to this bill to make sure that we have adequate time as the bill works its way through the process, to make sure that we have adequate time to address those local concerns. And for that reason, I offer a reverse repealer and move for adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Delano, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You have for questions, Senator Thompson?
Of course. Senator Thompson, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for your due diligence with this matter. This has been an issue that the legislature and our locals have wrangled with for a number of years. You've provided great leadership in representing this body and the intent of this body to make sure that we get this right to the benefit of our locals, and I certainly appreciate that. I also appreciate the work that Secretary of State has done to help us in these matters and navigate this. I want to make sure that I understand this right, and I just want to make sure the body understands that there is a lot of press that's out there that's confusing, or it's actually lumping the House bill and the Senate bill together in a discussion. We have been in contact and working with the House since January regarding this bill, and the decision has been made by the Coast delegation that the Senate would take lead on this issue. Senator Blunt's done a lot of work on the casino side. You've worked with locals on this particular tidelands issue, but there hasn't been a whole lot of effort over on the House side to make any of the changes because of the cooperation that we've had, because of what we're doing. Would you agree that this reverse repealer is just another example to be able to tell people back home that we're continuing to work on this, and we fully anticipate to work off of the Senate bill with regards to these sensitive tidelands issues as it moves over to the House, and work with the leadership in the House to confirm exactly what you and the chairman have stated with respect to the outcome that we're expecting from this bill?
That's exactly what the purpose of the reverse repealer is, to make sure that we have time as we go through the calendar while the bill is on the House side.
So we have another 40 days or so to get this work. Excuse me, Mr. President, I think it was 30 days to get this worked out into a shape and into a form that we can come back and all be very supportive of this measure. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Delano. Any other questions? Any other questions? Senator Blunt, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I support the amendment. Again, we want to allow the maximum possible time for the folks who are affected by this legislation. Look, everybody's affected by this legislation because this is an important industry for our state and generates revenue for our state, but we want to allow every possible opportunity for the folks on the Gulf Coast to have input on this and to understand what this bill does and what it does not do with regard to the industry. And we're going to continue to listen, and I appreciate the amendment from Senator Thompson. Ask you to vote for it.
Ready on your motion, Senator Thompson.
Move for adoption of the amendment, Mr.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Ready, Senator Blunt on the bill.
I'm happy to yield for any questions. If there are no further questions, Mr. President, my motion is passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you. Senator Hobson, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce a group of folks from Vicksburg with the Medgar and Angela Scott Foundation. I would ask those persons, I think they're in the South and the West galleries, if they would stand and let the Senate recognize you this morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, hometown. Glad to have you here. Thank you very much. Senator Boyd, you're recognized for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed.
Would y'all help us make welcome today in our Capitol the Executive Director and the staff of the Mississippi Coalition Against Domestic Violence and the Executive Director of Mississippi's 11 certified domestic violence shelters. Thank you for the work you do in our state.
Thank you very much. Senator Ladner, for what purpose?
I ask for unanimous consent to be added to co-author as the bill for yesterday's calendar, item 26, Bill 2647.
Seeing no objection is granted. Okay, Senator Delano, for what purpose, sir?
Same request, different bill, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2780, item number 28 on today's calendar. The bill we just handled would like to be added as co-author if there's no objection.
Seeing none, granted. Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added to Senate Bill 2693 on yesterday's calendar.
Seeing no objection, we move to the calendar. Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley. Pass. Senator Fillingham. Pass and retain number 30, Senator Whaley. Pass and retain number 31, Senator Wiggins. We're on 32, Senate.
Go to item 32, called up, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2549, Chancery Clerk, increase fees for recording deeds to land sold for taxes and redemption of such lands.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Be allowed to explain the committee substitute.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
I know. This comes to us with the Chancery Clerks. This is Senator Kirby's bill. Simply raises the fee for filing and recording deeds to land sold for taxes, lines 40 and 44. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
40 and 44. Got it there, Mr. Clerk. Any questions on Senator Hill? For what purpose, ma'am?
Just a question.
You for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
What is it? What's the current and what does it raise it to?
I have to look at the strikeout version.
Okay. Okay, I think my estimate said 11 to 25. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
He was the subcommittee chair to handle this. Move adoption of the committee substitute, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, sir.
Suggest passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? I'm sorry, no Hill. No Seymour. Anyone else? No Chisholm.
Mr. President, I ask that item 33 we pass and retain.
One moment, please. The bill passes by use of the morning roll call with 3 objections. Now we're back to you, Senator.
Ask that we pass and retain item 33.
Item 33, pass and retain Senator Polk. Pass and retain Senator Michelle. Pass and retain Senator Sparks. We're on 37, Senate. Item 37.
Ask number 37 be called up and titled.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2717, Mississippi Prison Industries Corporation, clarify conflicts and laws concerning leadership.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Sparks.
Senate Bill 2717 addresses the commissioner position for workforce that is within our prison system. There is some debate. We had the Mississippi Prison Industries Corporation. Then we established the position of Deputy Commissioner for Workforce Development with MDOC. There's a little bit of question about what the reporting mechanism, who they report to. So this bill has been brought forward to clarify that. There is a reverse repealer in it. At this time, it just has technical changes in the bill because we refer to accelerate often in this body, which is kind of the DBA for the workforce group. So we've got some of that language in here, but there's also a reverse repeater because we're trying to get this correct. So we're just asking that we move this out at this point so that we can continue to get this right as far as the Deputy Commissioner for Workforce Development. That's an explanation of the committee sub, I believe it is, Mr. President, and I would yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir, to adopt the committee substitute.
Move that we adopt the committee sub, Mr.
All in
President.
favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, sir.
And move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. No objection to procedure. Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Simmons. We're on 38, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to number 38 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2699, purchasing law, raise expenditure triggering requirements for competitive bids.
Mr. President, permission to explain the committee.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2699 amends section 317103 and 317119 of the Mississippi Code. That section deals with the purchasing and acquisitions of equipment, machinery, and supplies by our counties. Currently, the code allows counties to purchase items or services up to $2,000 in the aggregate without requiring a requisition to purchase, a purchase order, or receiving report. Section 1 of this committee sub raises that threshold to $5,000 at the request of our supervisors on lines 22 and 23. Section 317119 stipulates that in any county in which the Board of Supervisors is not required to operate on a countywide system of road administration, the Board of Supervisors and their members are individually may purchase up to $2,000 for any equipment, heavy equipment, machinery, supplies, commodities, and materials. And so in Section 2 of the bill, on lines 40 and 41, the committee sub raises the amount in current law of $2,000 to $5,000. And Mr. President, before we accept the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill, I do have a proposed amendment.
Okay, one moment. One moment, please, sir. One moment, Senator, on your amendment. 1 second. Okay, Senator.
Mr. President, I need to work on the amendment. At this time, I'd like to lay the bill on the table, subject to call.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Ayes have it, Senator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We'll pick it up before we leave today. 39, sir. You want to retain his place on the calendar and retain Senator Blackwell? Passes. On 40, Senator Wiggins.
Go to item 41, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2822, Administrative Office for Courts bring forward code sections related to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. This is simply the code sections for the AOC. We're doing this in conjunction with redistricting, along with other items we're looking for the courts. And so it's simply the code sections. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. If
Questions
not,
on the bill? I see no questions, Senator.
Suggest passage on the morning roll call.
This morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Passes 42, Senator. By use of the
Pass and
morning roll call.
retain, Mr. President.
Pass and retain, number 42. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan, pass and retain. Senator Younger. We're on 44, Senate. Senator Younger, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to bring up the item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk,
Item
please read the
44.
title.
Senate Bill number 2638, Cottage Foods, further define and increase sales allowed annual gross sales amount to $50,000.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move the committee sub be.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Yes. And let Senator Seymour explain the bill.
Senator Seymour, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Section 1 of this bill defines cottage foods as the types of foods that individuals are allowed to make in their private homes with the intent to sell said food items for public consumption. Custom foods, cottage foods must be non-hazardous, not require time or temperature control to remain safe for consumption, be prepared and stored in the seller's home or small-scale food operation in a manner that complies with guidelines of the U.S. FDA Retail Food Code and not support the growth of pathogens as identified by the FDA. Cottage foods may not be created or stored in commercial facilities. Also, there is a list of approved cottage foods by our health department starting on lines 34 through 62. This list is not exhaustive. Cottage foods operations is exempt from the permitting requirements but must comply with the provisions of this section and not make more than $50,000 in annual gross sales. Cottage foods annual gross sales include all sales of cottage food products at any location regardless of the type of product sold or the number of individuals involved in the operation. Cottage foods may not be sold online, by mail order, or by wholesale in a retail operation. Cottage food sellers may advertise their products through social media. Cottage food packaging must include a label that indicates the name and address of the cottage food operation, name of the product, ingredients by descending order of predominance, net weight or volume of the product, allergen information required by the federal government, nutritional information if any nutrition is claimed to be made, and a statement saying that the food was made in a cottage food operation not subject to Mississippi safety regulations. Cottage food operations must comply with the federal tax laws, rules, and certification requirements. The Mississippi State Department of Health may investigate complaints regarding a cottage food. The department may only investigate a cottage food operation after they have received a complaint. Cottage food operations failure to comply with an investigation in the grounds disciplinary actions will be taken. Section 2, this section discusses homemade wine and beer and provides guidelines for how much wine and beer can be made from in-home use only, as well as age stipulations, and allows a caveat for transporting homemade beer to a competition. In addition, this bill makes it to specify that the provisions of this section do not apply to homemade wines produced as part of a cottage foods operation. Homemade wine sold as part of a cottage food operation is limited to 18% alcohol content. A cottage food operation is limited to producing only 300 gallons of the alcohol product per year. The fruit used to create the cottage food wine must be 100% Mississippi grown and from the cottage food producer's property. That is a brief explanation of the bill. Mr. President, at the proper time, I do have an amendment to this bill to clear up some of the questions that have been brought about.
Okay. We have questions. Senator McMahon?
Sir, I just have a question of the chairman.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Senator, will you yield for questions from Senator McMahon?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate what you're doing here. I do have a question. Does this exempt an incubator? Like if a city or a county has an incubator for small businesses, a lot of times these cottage industries or startup businesses start in these incubators. Will this affect those incubators?
This is basically what you're doing. You're trying to, for a homeowner, a farmer, to be able to use a product that he's basically using in his jellies and other products that he has left over. 300 gallons is not it's an exorbitant amount. I don't even think any of the growers would even go to that. If they went to that extent, they would go on and get all the federal permitting to become an industry.
So one of the things you mentioned earlier in the bill is that they could not, that the cottage business couldn't be in a commercial building. I believe you said that. So that's why I'm asking you: does it exempt incubators for if a city or a county has or the state has an incubator? Does it exempt those incubators?
Yeah, to minimize the investment on the front end.
Yes, sir.
To understand what they're getting into.
Okay, thank you. I support what you're doing. I just want to be sure it wasn't gonna that language wasn't gonna stop any incubators from accepting any of these cottage industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Your first question, Senator Seymour?
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Jordan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. What are the varieties of cottage foods other than wine? I know in my day you had peaches, you had oak, we canned everything. What are some of the varieties?
Of food products?
Yes.
As listed from line 34 on, but baked goods without cream, custard, or meat fillings, candy and confections, dried fruits, excluding melons, dried pasta, spices, dried baking mixes, granola, cereals, trail mixes. And this is not a fine line. This is, but not limited to health department approval. In other words, if you come up with that can fit this criteria, it can be added.
So but they have to reach local approval, then state approval, and the limited amount of resources they can make on it is just $50,000?
Yes, Senator.
Regardless of what your variety of different things.
Overall growth.
Overall growth. It's just the maximum amount of money you can make is $50,000. $50,000.
$50,000. Yes, sir. It's 35 on the books right now, but with inflation as you've seen over the last 6 or 8 years, this would help the homemaker out.
That means you're going to increase the prices on it, doesn't it?
I hope not, but
Well, you're going from $35,000 to $50,000. You are increasing the prices somewhere. Wouldn't that be true?
Not necessarily. I mean, you have to sell more to make.
Or increasing the amount of the product. Oh, you just have to sell more.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator McCon, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a question.
You yield for a question, Senator Seymour? Senator
Yes.
McCrone, you're recognized.
Senator Seymour, I understand you have an amendment, and that may resolve one of the questions I've got, which is going to be on the language of or other alcoholic beverage. Is that what you're planning on doing with that?
Yes.
Okay. So my other question is this: is this going to open up the ability to sell wine in a dry area?
No, that will be addressed also in
That
this
will be
bill.
addressed. Would you mind
The
if I would reserve my questions until you do your amendment, and we can
I
vote on the
would.
entire bill? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Polk. For what purpose, sir?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator Seymour?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tried to listen as we were going through this. Exactly what do we have in the bill or in another bill that requires food safety handling instructions and training for the home provider? Is there anything in the bill that addresses food safety?
Yes. Let me find it here. What page is that on? Okay, there we are. Line 22 through, I'd say line 28, be stored in a seller's home, small-scale food operation, following the safety food handling guidelines outlined in the United States Food and Drug Administration's Retail Food Code to prevent adulteration caused by insect household chemicals, damages, unsanitary conditions. So the health department does have a standing as far as if there's a complaint on the product that they will investigate.
Okay. But there's no requirement for the producer to attend any type of food safety training course offered by maybe one of our universities or the health department? And is there any type of certificate that these producers can get that proves that they have attended such training? Because $50,000, if you end up with some product that's not been properly produced for food safety, a lot of people could get sick or die.
Well, straight to your question, there is no trainer on this. This is basically foods that homemakers have made for hundreds of years, the jellies and confections, the candies. The requirements of it not being able to have a pathogen involved in it is
It's been on the books since 2013.
from 2013. Senator Hill just explained to me the requirements that the health department goes by on these products.
Okay, what are those?
You want me to get the health department standards for it?
Well, to me, as a food producer previously, I know the standards I had to meet to ensure the safety of the populace of the United States. And it bothers me just a little bit. I know we've had this a while, but now that we're upping the amount that you can sell, it starts getting to be a larger quantity. And I think at that point, I'm concerned that we are handling the food safely and in a manner that will make sure that we have food safety for everyone in Mississippi.
Well,
That's my concern.
This isn't an increase per se. This is a cost of living adjustment as far as the dollar value.
But you're able to sell, right today, you can sell $35,000 worth, and tomorrow you can sell $50,000
Yes,
worth.
yes,
That's an
Mr.
increase.
Chairman. True, but your expenses have all went up too.
Well, but since the dollar value of what you can sell went up, that means the quantity from where you are today to tomorrow will go up. So we're exposing more people to this product that we should ensure is healthy and safe to consume.
I'd beg to differ with you on that. The quality, quantity, and the inflationary costs, they don't always work together. There's also here, I've got a letter I put on your desk from the Institute of Justice that is supporting my bill. And if you'll look on the back side of the page, it says, as of today, 31 states and the District of Columbia do not cap producer sales, and there is no evidence that Cottage Foods is unsafe, even in states with the broadest homemade food laws.
Well, I am concerned about the food safety of the people consuming products produced in Mississippi, and I wish there was something in the law that required a producer to at least attend an online type of training session to ensure that they know the rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Senator Seymour, nothing's changed as far as the regulations and the type of foods that have been available since we passed the Cottage Food Bill in 2013, correct?
Correct.
All you'll be adding to this is a homemade producer of wine or light wine to be able to sell their products in the same manner as they've been able to sell the jams, the jellies, the non-hazardous, non-perishable foods that don't require refrigeration, no meat, no eggs, no dairy, no poultry, only non-hazardous foods that won't spoil, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, Senators, not seeing any. We'll come back to you, sir, on your amendments. You're recognized.
I move that we
got to adopt the committee sub first.
move to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
All right, now
The amendment?
my amendment is dealing with some kind of technical changes to the bill. In the title on line 7, removing the word alcohol products and entering in wine or light wine. On line 28, removing the word consumption, deleting, and adding cottage foods may not be created using nor stored within commercial equipment or facilities. Line 50, line 59, striking the words "and any alcoholic beverage." Further amending on line 60, striking the words "beer or light spirit products." Further amending on line 123, after the period, adding the wording "an individual making homemade wine as defined in section 67.75 of, or light wine as defined in section 67.3-3 as part of a cottage food operation shall not be exempt from prohibitions imposed within counties and municipalities of this state which have hosted local option elections as provided in section 67.37 and or 67.39 and successfully voted to prohibit the transportation, storage, sale, distribution, receipt, and or manufacturing of wine, light spirit products, and or beer within the county or municipality. And further amending on line 144, striking and any alcoholic beverage, and from line 145 and 146, striking the words beer and/or light spirit products, and further amending from 147 through 159 alcohol products and inserting in lieu of wine or light wine. And that's the explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator?
Motion.
I'm sorry, I have one here. One moment. Senator Hickman, hold on just a second. Give him a chance to get to his desk. Okay, Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you U.S. Senator?
Yes.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
So with this amendment, what exactly does it do? From my looking quickly and trying to understand what you're saying, does this completely remove all alcohol products and things of that nature from this bill?
This is Cottage Foods. Okay, let me get back. This is for the basic homemaker production. Beer, in its fashionable form, uses hops, barley, as well as yeast. In the state of Mississippi, hops and barley is not a main agricultural crop.
So it redefines or take just beer out.
Right.
Thank you, Senator Horn. For what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
One moment, please. Let's finish the bill. We're getting close. We'll come back to Senator Horn. Any other questions on the bill? Senator Norwood? Okay. Hold Senator Norwood on your introduction. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion on the amendment, sir.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, I think.
I move for final passage of use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to that procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Madam Clerk.
Call the roll.
Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Latner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barrett. Berry. Blackwell. Branning. Bryan, Carter, Delano, England, Harkins, McMahon, Parker, Parks, Sparks, Tate, Whaley, Wiggins, Thompson, he didn't vote. I didn't hear anything. Okay. Voting yes or yay: Berry, Chisholm, Hill, Lantner, McClendon, Seymour, Suber, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting no or nay: Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Butler, Carter, Jadzenall, DeBar, Fillingang, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Tate, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
To the vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
If Senator Delano was here, he would be a yes, I'm a no.
Pear, Delano. Senator Jackson.
Mr. President, if Senator England was here, he'd be no and I'm a yes. Or he'd be yes and I'm a no.
England, yes. Pear with Jackson, no. Senator Robinson.
Introduction out of order.
One moment, please. Senator Thompson.
To the vote?
Please proceed.
I vote no.
No, Thompson. Mr. Clerk. Anyone else to the vote? Anyone else? Okay. While we're waiting on the total, Senator Horn, you're recognized for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to direct the Senate's attention to the South Gallery, where we have a very good friend of mine and my former pulmonologist. He'd still be my pulmonologist if he hadn't retired on me, Dr. John Studdard. I'd like to ask that he stand up and have the Senate make him welcome.
Good to see you, Doc. It's good to see you again. Okay, Senator Norwood, for an introduction, sir.
Mr. President, in the West Gallery, we have a couple of friends of mine, co-workers and home folks, Charles Wales and Rachel Mays from Southern Echo, and that I also like to join Senator Broomfield in this, welcome them to the Senate. If you would stand at the Senate, make you feel welcome.
Thank you. Senator Frazier.
Introduction, please.
Please proceed.
I would like the Senate to make welcome two longtime friends, Rem and Judy Barber, and Robert Pugh. Please make them welcome.
It's good to see you. Senator Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, please help me make welcome Andrew Lott. Please stand up, Andrew. He is from Piave, Mississippi, and a student at Jones County Junior College, spending his spring break with us today. Welcome to your capital.
(2638) fails, 11 yeas, 36 nays. We're back on the calendar. Senator Wiggins. On 45, Senator. 1 second, please. Senator Hobson,
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order.
please proceed.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce our doctor of the day, no stranger to the Senate and the Capitol, good friend. He's a Mission Primary Care Clinic in Vicksburg, former president of the Association of Family Physicians in Mississippi, Dr. Carlos Latore. Please make him welcome.
Good to see you, Carlos. Thank you for coming today. We appreciate you. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 4, Senate Bill 2638, on a motion to reconsider.
2638. Item 4 is not 2638, Senator.
44.
I'm sorry. Okay, let's go back. Item 44 on today's calendar, 2638. Is that correct, Senator Hill? Okay. Motion to reconsider, Madam Clerk. Okay. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President, for an introduction at the appropriate time.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The South Gallery, on behalf of Senators Johnson and Polk and myself, Dr. Anita Henderson is up here visiting with us. We want to make her welcome to our state capitol.
Thank you. Good to see you, Dr. Henderson. Good to see you again. All right, Senator Wiggins, we're ready to go.
Ask that we pass and retain item 45 and go to item 46. Call that up. Ask the title be read.
45 retains its place on the calendar. 46, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2776, immediate possession authorized for certain public agencies for road and public utilities for an economic development project.
Make the usual motion.
Mr. Clerk, did you read the title? Did we read the title first? Okay, I'm sorry, Senator.
Make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually is coming to us. It was supposed to be included in the economic development package for the AWS development that we passed earlier in the session, and for whatever reason, it didn't make it in there, and so we're just bringing a standalone bill, and the optimum language is on line 77 to 84, I'm sorry, to 83, that allows for quick take of certain pieces of property. My understanding is that the landowners are aware of it, understand it, and don't have a problem. So that's what it does, and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, hold on, Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, what did you say about, would you repeat what you said about quick take?
I'm sorry, I should have used it. It deals with the government taking acquiring land and property for, and if you look at line 80, public water utilities, wastewater treatment utilities. So all of that was included in the package that we passed. If you look at line 78 and 83, this is simply, and not simply, but it is limiting it to that project. And this was all done through agreement. It just left it out of the package that was done before us.
And it would only be for these?
Only for that. It is absolutely only for that project. And as defined in lines, and that project is referenced by line 78 and 83.
And do we have a limit in terms of in terms of how much space we're talking, how much land we're talking about acquiring?
No, my understanding is it's just for the public water right of way in the utilities. So really, it's basically just the water utility, not the water utilities, the infrastructure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
All right, Senator Hill.
Question.
Are you up for a
Yes.
question?
We already have a process on the books for eminent domain whenever we have a public project for highways, roads, sewer, water. What is this doing differently? Are they not having to go through the same due process that other landowners are able to go through a typical eminent domain process?
The package that we passed, that the legislature passed earlier, had these type of provisions throughout, okay? And this was inadvertently left out. And this is limited to and only for Project Atlas, which is, we've been calling it the AWS project. So if you're asking, why did it not, we go through that, I would defer to and ask MDA because they put the package together.
And my question is, if we already have eminent domain laws on the books that allow for the process to work and eventually most of them do a quick take, I'm just wondering why we need a special legislation for this and if it shortens the due process of any affected landowner.
Well, understood. I would say talk to MDA who put this together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Were
President.
you up for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Seymour is recognized for a question.
Property rights, as it's described in our Constitution, we're circumventing that with this, giving the supervisors a different latitude.
I would not agree to that the way you're describing it. Again, this legislature passed that project overwhelmingly for economic development, which is the largest that this state has ever seen. Provisions such as this were in that package, and this was simply left out. And so, no, I don't see us bypassing the Constitution.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator?
Yes.
Senators recognized. Senator Blackman is recognized.
So what this legislation is doing is basically allowing entities like Can Municipal Utilities and Energy to begin the work that we authorized when we passed Project Atlas.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blackman. Any
there's
other questions? All right, Senator, I have no other questions.
I suggest passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Card is voting no. Seymour, Berry, Hill, Tate, Barrett, Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Negative votes noted. Senator Bryan, pass and retain 47 through 54. Senator Barr, Senator Barr, Senator Barr, pass and retain items 55 and 56. Senator Bryan, pass and retain 57, 58, and 59. One moment, Senate. Okay, and we're asking senators who may want to revisit the calendar. Okay, Senator Simmons.
Mr. President, I'd like to suspend the rules to go to item number 38 on today's calendar.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. with item 38, Senator.
At this time, Mr. President, I move to call item number 38 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2699, off the table.
Motion is to take it off the table. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Simmons. We're on the bill, sir.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. President. I make the usual motion.
The usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2699, purchasing law, raise expenditure triggering requirements for competitive bids.
Senator, you're recognized.
Senators, the committee sub for Senate Bill 2699 amends section 317-103 and 317-119 of the Mississippi Code. This section deals with the purchasing and acquisitions of equipment and machinery and supplies by our counties. Currently, the code allows purchase items and services up to $2,000. The committee sub amends lines 22 and 23 to take that threshold amount to $5,000. The same in the next section, section 317-119, which stipulates that in any county in which the Board of Supervisors is not required to operate a county-wide system, and these are considered to be our beat counties. We have a county-wide system, and then we also have beat counties. The threshold amount under current law is still $2,000, and we want to also raise that in the committee sub to $5,000. Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I'd like to explain the amendment to the committee sub.
Okay, we need to adopt the committee substitute.
I move that we adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready, Senator, on your amendment. It's on the screen, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, the amendment amend lines 23 by deleting the semicolon and inserting the following language. Our county supervisors, even though we are increasing the amount in the committee sub from $2,000 to $5,000 for other purchases, the problems that they are experiencing in order to be efficient for the road work that they are doing is that with heavy equipment, repairs to heavy equipment, and also the cost of fuel, all of those items have gone up, and so they are asking that we, only for those items, to go up to not more than $10,000, and so that's the amendment on lines 23, and also amending on line 44 by inserting the same language for beat counties of taking it up to $10,000. That's an explanation of the amendment. I'll yield to any questions, Mr. President. If there are no questions, I move the adoption of the amendment to the committee sub.
Okay, Senator Turner Ford, what purpose, ma'am?
I have a question.
You for a question, Senator Simmons?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. For beat counties, the authority will be increased to $5,000, or did you say 10?
So the supervisors initially proposed to take the threshold amount for countywide counties and beat counties for all other purchases from $2,000 to $5,000. That was in the committee sub, Senator Turner Ford. Mm-hmm. But for specifically as it deals with the repairs to machinery and the cost of fuel, they want that to go up to $10,000 in beat counties as well as countywide counties.
And what did you say, mention about the authority to make other expenditures without receiving quotes? What is that number for beat counties?
It's still going to be $5,000.
Okay, not 2.
Not 10.
Not 2.
Not 2 anymore. It's going from 2 to 5,000 on those. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner. Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
For
President.
you for a question, Senator Simmons?
Yes, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the part that you said you wanted to raise to $10,000, what were the items there that could be used for?
For fuel, machinery, and repairs to machinery. Because what the supervisors are saying while they are out there working and doing road work, they'll be more efficient if they can actually continue their work at an amount up to $10,000.
And what is that current amount?
The current amount is $2,000. And the committee sub will raise the $2,000 amount for any item other than machinery repairs to machinery, and fuel to just $5,000. So anything above that, they have to go through the process. But for fuel, machinery, and repairs to machinery, they want to go up to $10,000. And that's what the amendment does.
So they don't have to go through any procurement process under these rules, is that correct?
Yes, they still have to actually go. It's already in the code, and we're not changing that, Senator Polk. The invoice for every such purchase shall be signed by the department head or his or her designee. A receipt signed by the person making the purchase shall be attached to the invoice and forwarded to the purchase clerk. No claim based on any such purchase shall be approved except after compliance. That's in the county-wide counties. In the beat counties, where the supervisors will actually work in their own beats, the exact same safeguard still exists on the current law, which is any supervisor who purchased an item or service in accordance with this subsection shall sign the invoice or the receipt and forward it to the purchase clerk in the manner set forth under the law, and no claim based on any such purchase shall be approved unless the purchase was in compliance with the law. So they still will have to go through all the requirements to make sure the documentation is there, and this has also been run by the state auditor's office, and they approve it as well.
But there's no competitive bid process.
No competitive bid process in these two sections of the law.
And we go from 2 to 10 instead of 2 to 5.
Going from 2 to 5.
No, I'm talking about on the exempted items that you mentioned. Are we going to 2 to 10 there?
Yes, sir. For fuel, machinery parts, and repairs to machinery parts, it goes from 2 to 10. From anything else, it just goes from 2,000 to 5,000.
And a unit type county system is still held to $10,000 for the entire county?
2,000 to 5,000 for any other service or item other than fuel, machinery parts, and repairs to machinery parts.
So am I looking at this right? A county that's under the unit system can only spend $10,000 or $5,000, depending on which items you're doing.
That's correct.
But a beat county,
it's the same,
can go to $50,000.
No.
In the county.
No, it's the same.
So each beat,
each supervisor who actually operates within his or her beat,
right,
still will go just to $2,000 to $5,000 for any other part or service. But as it relates to just fuel, machinery parts, and repairs to machinery parts, it goes from $2,000 to $10,000.
But in a unit system, you can only multiply the maximum times 1, whereas in a beat system, you could go the maximum amount times 5. Isn't that correct?
But they're only working on items in that particular beat.
I know, but that county then could end up with 5 times the amount of money they could spend on these items than a unit system county.
I understand what you're saying, but the reality of it is they just working on just items in that particular beat, in a beat system.
I understand
Yes,
that,
sir.
but totally, the county could spend 5 times as much as a unit system.
And even in the unit system, if you have more than one particular item that you're working on, those items could be multiplied as well. So even in the unit system, on this particular day, you could be working on this respectfully, Senator Polk, and next week you can be working on something else, and you still can go up to $10,000 on fuel, machinery parts, or repairs to machinery, heavy machinery.
Would it surprise you to say that this concerns me a lot and that there could be some shenanigans going on in this?
Say it again, Senator.
I said, would it surprise you that I'm a bit concerned about doing this, especially when you can multiply it and do it so many times without a competitive bid process? Would that surprise you?
Well, that part of the law that requires competitive bids, it still is at $5,000, and that is not in the committee sub nor the amendment. So the current law still, anything that's above $5,000 for all other items in unit counties as well as beat counties will require 2 competitive bids. We are only making this amendment at the request of our supervisors for only those accepted items. Fuel.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
question.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Turnford is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The difference, wouldn't there be a difference between the way that the Beat counties budget? Yes. And so it's my understanding that Beat counties have a road and bridge fund, and any expenditures that they make for those types of expenses will be limited to what they have accessible to them. And wouldn't there be a provision, or the Chancery Clerk would have the opportunity to say to said supervisor, you only have X amount of dollars to spend for certain purchases, and if you exceed that amount, then those funds are not available to you?
I understand that that's how it operates.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turnford. Seeing no further questions, we're ready on your bill, sir.
Yep. Mr. President, we adopt the amendment?
No, sir. You're ready for the amendment.
I move that we adopt the amendment to the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
You object to the procedure? Mr. Court is voting no. Polk. Parker. Anyone else? Tate. Chisholm. Anyone else? Present. Anyone present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call with the pardon me? Chasnow, present? Oh, you ready to go? No on Hill on the last vote. All right. Anything else? All right. The bill passes. And we move on. Senator Parker, I think, is first. Senator Parker, you want Senator Chasnow to go first, or Senator Parker?
Thank you.
Senator Chasnow, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, go back to item number 22 on today's calendar, and ask that the title be read.
One moment. Item 22, Senate. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2696, Mississippi Main Street, bring forth code sections.
I make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, we have a committee sub. I would like to recognize Senator McConn to explain that, please.
Senator McConn, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we do have an amendment, which is a strikeout to the whole bill to get it all cleared up, and we need to call that up after we do the committee sub. The committee sub, this is your Main Street program. There's some typographical errors in here that we need to fix. So what I'd like to do, Mr. President, is call up the strikeout, and then we could approve the committee sub itself, and then have the amendment, which is the strikeout.
So questions first would be to approve the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, we're on the amendment. The amendment is a strikeout, Senator.
Okay. So we've got that on the board now?
Yeah.
All right, so here's what we've got. We've got the Main Street program. It's been approved over the last few years. This came through tourism in this one. First off, they're moving the program from MDA to DFA. That's your first change that you're going to see in here. DFA has been working very well with the Main Street program, and Liz at that agency is willing to continue to work with them a little bit closer than MDA had been, so that's one of the requests that was out there. You're going to see in here there's some expansion as to the eligible recipients. Right now, your Main Street designated communities are in there, or the local Main Street program, which has achieved and maintained designated community status by the Main Street Association. That's on line 2728. 32 comes into play a network community under Main Street. 33 is your Main Street Associate communities. So it's being sure to put all the levels of Main Street in there. 34 puts in cities located in Mississippi that otherwise have met the requirements of this act. And 36 is business improvement districts that otherwise meet the requirements of this act. And what that's doing, it's opened the eligible recipients to pretty much anybody that meets the requirements, which is going to be the plans as set forth. If they have a planning district or they've hired a historic trust or whoever it may be to come in there and provide a huge plan for what's going on, they would be eligible to apply. So we have a limited number of Main Street communities, but then we've got other communities that have gone and hired an architect or a planning firm to come in, and they're doing just as good of a job, but they're not eligible under this. Now that makes an eligible recipient under this. That's an applicant. The applicants then still have to apply to Main Street, who is going to be administrator of this. Main Street then would turn around and make a recommendation to this body in which they would make a recommendation to this body for the appropriation of the funds. So what we're doing is we're opening it up to allow additional applicants. Nowhere in there are we saying any applicant that's not a Main Street community has to be chosen. Nowhere in there are we saying that that any individual has to be chosen. We're just saying that there are additional applicants out there that have expended substantial resources to hire outside firms to do their planning, and we're allowing them to at least apply for this project, this grant program. If you remember right, there's a 20% match in here, up to $500,000 is the total grant. And then you've got where some of the municipalities under 10,000 have a little bit of assistance in that the first 100,000 they only have to put up 10%. Additionally, if you move on to the back on 98, you'll see where there's some language in there saying that the Department of Archives and History has to say that this is not a historic trust project or under the National Register of Historic Places. And then it does say that if it is under the National Register of Historic Places, there has to be a historic easement put in place on there. Lastly, you'll just see the changes in there as far as Department of Finance and Administration, but I would entertain questions from there at this point.
Questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion.
I would move we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I would move for final passage based upon the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Seymour, no. Bryce, no. Senator Wiggins, I'm sorry, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes with the two negatives noted. On the use of the morning roll call, Senator Michelle, for what purpose?
For an announcement, please. Excuse me, an introduction, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Have a constituent in the southwest area of the gallery from Madison, a student at the Ole Miss School of Medicine, Harshan Sanwala. Many of you know his father, who works for State Director Umesh Sanwala with State U.S. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith. Would y'all join me in welcoming him to our state chamber?
Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Introduction, please.
Please proceed.
We do have, in addition to the doctor just introduced by Senator Michelle, we have a number of physicians and medical providers in the West and South galleries, along with my old friend, Dr. John Godet from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. We appreciate all of y'all coming today and keeping up with what we do. Please make them welcome.
Thank you, Senator Parker. You're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item number 18 on today's calendar.
Number 18, Senate, suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker, you're recognized on 18.
Thank you, Mr. President. I go to item 18, Senate Bill 2770. Request the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2770, ballot initiative process, revised statutory implementation.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike-off.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the good news is most of the bill that I'm going to be going through is exactly like the bill that came out of committee. I do have a few things that I'm going to be making in the strike-off that come to me as recommendations from the Secretary of State's office regarding just some technical issues. As I go through the explanation, I'll explain that. But what we have with our ballot initiative process, as you all are aware, is we have, in the situation we're in now, should we decide to make a change, we have to make two changes. We have to change the Constitution in a certain way, and then we also have to make a statutory change. The bill in front of you now is only the statutory change. This is not the SCR. This is not the change of the Constitution. And so some of the provisions you may have heard and heard discussion on will not be in this bill, but will be in a different bill that will address the constitutional issue. But in reviewing this, I want to explain first that I had a number of bills that got referred to my committee on this issue. I know Senator McConn in particular has worked hard on this issue. Senator Seymour, I believe, had a bill. Senator Eaglin had a bill. And what I tried to do is I tried to take the ideas that they had on this subject, and I also went into a pretty deep dive into the history of our ballot initiative process to see where we got where we are today. And as you know, our initiative process began back in around 1904 or so. It was instituted at that time and was in 1922 overturned, and actually did not exist for us from 1922 until around 1991. It went back into effect, particularly over a lottery issue. There was some thought that if it was reawakened, the lottery could be passed, and that did not happen. It was many, many years later when the lottery was actually taken up by this body. So that's a little background on it, and so I go through that to say that this is a very serious issue. It requires a lot of careful consideration by each and every one of us. I would think it's fair to say that we probably have different views on this issue, depending on certain issues, but I've tried to look at what we've done in the past, look at what other states are doing to come up with something that would be indicative of our need going forward. So with that, I'm going to kind of walk you through some of the provisions of the bill, and I'll start off by saying that there are 26 states that have a ballot initiative process in the U.S., so 24 states do not. Actually, the 26 includes us because we've had a process, but ours is really not working at this time. But Senate Bill 2770, let me walk you through the process here. So in the bill itself, the beginning of the bill around lines 25 to 26 is that this initiative measure will be a petition for legislation. So this will be a statutory provision. It will be legislation. It will not be a constitutional amendment. It will not go into the Constitution. We will have to ratify the Constitution to allow for this provision to occur, but the initiative process itself will be statutory. Section 1 of the bill goes into the elector process when they propose the initiative measure. The first thing that is new for us is that the initiative must contain a single subject. There are 16 of the 25 states that have the process that have a single subject provision at this time, and this kind of makes them more transparent to voters so that they know what they're voting on. They're in the process, the affidavit that the sponsor has to be an elector of the state. I know it's out in public that I feel very strongly that anything that we change statutorily needs to be initiated by the people from Mississippi. I've tried in every process of this state, every stage I've gone through on this process to make sure that that would be the case. And so this first one is just an indication of that. There must be an identification of the source of revenue for the initiative and where the funds will be taken away from to achieve the funding. Everyone in this room understands that process. Basically, if we decide we wanted to amend one of Senator Hobson's appropriation bills, we have to name what other appropriation source the revenue would have to come from to do that. The bill also states that an initiative that's proposed cannot be taken from the capital expense fund or the rainy day fund. It also provides that ELBO will do a fiscal analysis of the measure. Currently, ELBO only does a measure in our constitutional provision should the legislature propose a constitutional alternative, alternative to the measure that was presented in front of the body. So many of you are aware of that process who've been here for a few years. This would require ELBO to do that fiscal analysis on any and every measure that comes up for initiative. If in the process there's a defect, there's 10 days to correct that defect. Section 2 of the bill goes to the petition. Petition for the measure must be filed 90 days before the start of the legislative session. So after the signatures are gathered, there has to be enough time for that measure to be filed with the legislature for us to look over it and take the actions that I'll detail later to you that would be required. Section 3 is just more provisions about ELBO doing an analysis on the bill. Section 4 deals with the transmission of the bill to the initiative measure to the Attorney General. The Attorney General will enforce a single subject provision. Other than the single subject, the AG's recommendations are advisory only. If the recommendations are not accepted, the ballot summary may be accompanied by a statement that says that this was not approved by the Attorney General. And then after that, the measure will be filed with the Secretary of State for a serial number. Section 5 of the bill has a provision that the Secretary of State may make section number reference or designation changes as needed. One other thing we've added back by request of the Secretary of State is a provision that communication back to the sponsor of the initiative measure can be done via email. So that was one of the technical changes they suggested. Section 6 is a transmission of the title. The Attorney General will formulate and transmit a concise statement to the State Board of Election Commissioners and a 75-word summary. The election commissioner role is advisory only, and after review, the AG sends the ballot summary and title to the Secretary of State. An affirmative vote shall be to change any law. A negative vote shall be no change in the law. And there will be a 50-word fiscal analysis that's placed on the ballot too, so that people understand the economic impact of any and all measure that's presented. Section 7 of the bill has to do with posting. And there will be a posting by the Secretary of State on the website. The Secretary of State also asked for a ability to make the posting to the Mississippi Press Association. So that's one of the small amendments in the strike all that's before you. Section 8 is just about the petitions, the size of the paper. Section 9 is the form. The Secretary of State will designate the form. There's a sample in the text. There's a space for signature, name, address, town, county, precinct, and congressional district of the signer. And there's space at the top for check boxes indicating if the petitioner is paid or is a volunteer. Section 10 is dealing with the circulator's requirement to register. If you're a circulator for the petition, you must register with the Secretary of State. You must be 18, you must be a legal resident of Mississippi, and you must sign an affidavit under penalty of perjury. Any circulator will be required to wear a badge that states volunteer or paid circulator. Any circulator will not be able to receive a fee based on the number of signatures that they obtain. To violate any of these provisions will be considered fraud as a misdemeanor with a fine of $500. Section 11 is certification, and this goes to the circuit clerks of each county to certify. The clerk will not receive a fee from any private entity to do this certification. Section 12 is initiative to the legislature. The process that after that 90 days this measure would come to us, the Secretary of State files that the petition with the House and the Senate on the first day of the session. The measure may be adopted in the two chambers by a majority vote. If there's no action, the measure is put on the next statewide general election. The changes that I added to this strike all deal with the what if of, say, the legislature passes it and then the governor chooses not to sign it, or say the governor chooses to veto it. We wanted it to be very clear of what we would do in that situation. So on lines 304 through 310, I'll read you the new clarifying language there. And so it says, if the petition is adopted by the legislature but not placed into law by the governor, rejected by the legislature, or if no action is taken within 4 months of the due date of the initiative filing with the legislature, the Secretary of State shall place the initiative on the ballot for the next occurring general election for the President of the United States or Governor of Mississippi. This is another change that I made to the bill. So as it stands right now in the ballot initiative process that we had previously, there were basically 3 years that it could be placed on the ballot. With this provision here, the only 2 years where we would be voting on any initiative that came forward would be a year of a general election for the president or the governor. The reasoning for this is that that's when you have the highest turnout, and we certainly want to make sure that if we are amending our state law, that we have the highest number of people participating in the voting process as possible. The Section 13 is how it appears on the ballot. Section 14 states that there shall be no more than 2 initiatives on any ballot, and it's first come, first served on that. Any additional one that came after that would be bumped or moved to the next election cycle. Section 15 is just some old code that's in there. Section 17, going to that, Secretary of State shall prepare pamphlets and public awareness. The Secretary of State shall send information to the press. Section 18 is the provisions when signatures will be removed. Section 19 is removing the legislative alternative section. So that's one big thing to understand about this. So in our current process, we have the ability of the legislature to propose an alternative, and this will change that measure. There will not be a legislative alternative that's put on the ballot for an initiative measure. I found that seems to be confusing to voters. It seems to be confusing to myself sometimes. So we will have, should an initiative go through the whole process, a provision instead that for ratification of the initiative, it will require a 60% threshold of votes on that date of the voting to be adopted. That is an explanation of the bill. You will hear that in my explanation, there are not the exemptions of certain things that we have in our current initiative, such as, PERS and other things. Those are codified, and those will be mentioned in any discussion that comes forward on the SCR or a House concurrent resolution regarding the Constitution. The percentage of signatures required is not in this bill. That will be in a different bill. So the body of the bill as we're discussing it today is the statutory portion that just deals with the application of the process. And the reason I bring this first is that in general, if this doesn't pass, there's no real reason for us to be considering an amendment to the Constitution to allow this to move forward. So it just makes sense to me that we should bring this, as the first proposal. And Mr. President, that is explanation of the bill. I yield for any questions.
You have a few, Senator. Senator Jordan, for what purpose? You have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have questions.
You yield Senator Jordan. Senator Parker. Senator Jordan, you recognize.
How many signatures are required for an initiative?
That's in another bill. It's not in the bill that's before us. We're still working on that.
You don't know yet?
It's not in the bill that's before us.
So that was my point. I don't know how many. It seemed that some initiatives we don't have any problem with, but initiatives come from the wish of the people. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
A certain item to be placed on the ballot.
Yes, sir.
So what you're saying is that are there any different in the number of signatures required for a specific initiative?
I'm saying that on this bill before us, if we do not adopt this bill, there's no reason for us to discuss the number of signatures required, because that will be in a different bill that will come later.
So we are discussing the importance of initiatives.
We're discussing the process of how the signatures and the circulators are actually, kind of tasked to do their role. We're discussing the substance of what can be placed on there, such as a single subject and how the Attorney General and the Secretary of State work together to move this through the process. It is a very tedious and complicated process, and so the people who've set this in motion have always required that we have to amend the Constitution to do certain things, and then statutorily we can do other things. And so we are today just on the statutorial changes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Senator Blackman, you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Blackman.
Certainly.
You recognize Senator Blackman.
What percentage of the vote do people elected to the legislature need?
As much as they can get.
What percentage do you need to win?
50 plus 1.
So why in here would it require 60% for a ballot initiative that the citizens of Mississippi put on the ballot?
Because we took out the legislative alternative, and as you're aware from what we did with that before, the process was, we would have something come before us, and in the many times that I saw it happen, we as a legislature would propose an alternative, and then that alternative would go on there, and you had to have the designation of, do you want to vote for this, or do you want to vote for this? Do you want to not vote? And that actually raised that threshold, some would say, sometimes higher than 60% because of the confusion. And so I felt it would be more appropriate to take that out. If you would like an amendment to put that back in, you're certainly welcome to propose that. But I think 60% is reflective of that. I do think the threshold should be high, because in this body, if anything comes before us that has finance in it, we had one in one of our senators close here had just something simple about forgiving the cost of entering a museum, and we changed on that date to a 3/5 vote because it had to do with some financial issue, and so I think 60% is more representative. But to your point, it might be better if we did change it to 67%, because on some issues that come up, I think the higher the threshold, the more important the issue is. So I would consider it a friendly amendment to move it to 67.
My point was that if the people who sit in this chamber on the other side of the building only need 50 plus 1, then if the required signatures are gathered to put an initiative on the ballot for the people of Mississippi to vote, why should it be much higher than what we need to be able to sit in these seats?
I stand by my previous explanation.
Okay, and I didn't hear if it was, I was trying to keep up with the strike all, but in the committee sub in section 17, I just want to see if this is still in there, where it says that if the initiative is rejected by a majority of qualified voters, then it cannot come up for 2 more years. Is that still in the strike all?
That's correct.
So if it's rejected by 50 plus 1, then it can't come up for 2 years. Why shouldn't that also be 60%?
That's a good point. I need to change that.
Okay. And then why is it only 2 initiatives can be on a ballot at a time?
Because they're long, and so just in serving the short time I've been, it's one of the most complicated things for me that's been as an elected official that has come up is when we've had these on the ballot, the number of calls and the question that I've gotten on this have far exceeded questions of what do you think about this candidate or the other. And most of the time the questions are, what are all of these things that we're voting on that are not in the races? And so a number of states have limited it, and I think 2 is, I don't think we've passed very many of these in the past, and my goal is certainly not to change the way we do legislation into everything being presented or moved, in this process. This is just an additional process by the people in special situations, and I feel like 2 is a good number.
So if I heard correctly, it's because it's burdensome for how many calls and emails we get about having to explain.
Right, but I would consider moving that to 1 to be a friendly amendment.
Well, it wouldn't be friendly for me on that one. So I'm just trying to understand why we want to limit what the citizens can do, Because, I mean, at the top of this chamber, it says that we're answerable to the people. It's a government by the people, for the people. And yet we want to limit what the people can do in participating in that government. I just don't understand that. Thank you.
Again, it's based on what other states have done and a desire to make this, as transparent as understandable to everyone we can. So thank you for the questions.
Senator Derek Simmons, do you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Simmons?
Certainly.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Parker, I'm not familiar with what came out the committee, and I'm sorry if you've already explained this in your explanation of the strike all. I know on the House side, they had language that will prohibit the voters of Mississippi from bringing certain issues to the actual, be placed on the ballot. Is that language in this strike all?
So the House only sent us the constitutional provisions, and that's in my committee right now as a different bill. And the SCR that we have on the calendar, which was one of my bills, and the HR that came, HR or HC, I don't know how they designate their constitutional amendments. They're both in there for consideration. Those provisions would be in the constitutional amendment, just like they are in our current Constitution. And so the PERS provision, the Bill of Rights provision, the inability to change a constitutional amendment after it's been ratified by the people. And I did have in my initial proposal that came out of committee on the SCR, I did have a provision in there that we would not have anything voted on as to do with right to life. But again, that's not before us now.
That's not before us now.
Right. That'll be a different discussion when we go into that.
But all of those issues, those 4 issues that you just enumerated, they would be actually in the constitutional.
Right. And so the process would be, so should we as a legislature choose to advance this, we do not have a provision in our Constitution right now that allow the people to propose a statutorial change. So we would have to, with either an SCR or the House equivalent of that, advance legislation that would be put on the ballot to allow the people to decide if they would like to have this alternative at their disposal. And so we would pass that, and then if that was ratified by the people at the next vote, either the presidential or governor race, which would be the case. So in this case, if that did happen, it would go on the presidential election this year. Then, once that's ratified, this bill that we're talking about here with the provisions would kick in. So this bill only kicks in if we make those amendments to the Constitution. But again, to the explanation before, I hate to be long-winded on this, if we can't come to some agreement on kind of the process of how we'll do this, I don't see a reason to be amending the Constitution, which is why we're bringing this before you first to see if we can get the input that we need to move this forward.
In the 4 issues that's actually in your committee regarding the Constitution, when will we consider that? I said the 4 issues that you mentioned that will be in the Constitution portion of it that the voters will be prohibited to bring up. When will we consider that?
So I've got some possibilities on that, and I'll share with you. So I could choose to bring up the bill that's on the calendar in front of us underneath this one on the calendar schedule, but I also have a vehicle from the House available to do that. And so I'm trying to decide kind of which of those might be, the more appropriate measure for that. But on this, we only have one vehicle and today's deadline, so I wanted to try to, get the statutory part through. But I do have a Senate and a House, the one you referenced before, that would be amendable on the House version or adoptable on the Senate side, should I choose to bring that one up next.
And those 4 issues, what were they again?
Yeah, and these are 3 of them in our current Constitution with the constitutional changes. One is that an initiative measure shall not be allowed to propose or amend PERS. That will be in any and everything that I am considering. The proposal not to modify the process after it's adopted in the Constitution, and that's why we have to do something different this time, is because our current constitutional amendment process that was used before for our previous initiative has a provision in there that we cannot alter it. So we can't, as a body, go back in and change that one. We have to bring something new forward, even if we wanted to do something different. We can't just change the one that's there. The third one is that you should not propose or amend sections of the Constitution. That one is in there. And then propose or amend laws related to the right to life, the abortion issues.
The third issue, as it relates to propose or amend sections of the Constitution, would that also cover the changing of the flag?
So that's where, I would, this is where it's such a complicated issue. And again, you and I work very hard on that issue, and I certainly would not want to see us go backwards on that issue. So again, that's not in front of us now, but I have not had anybody mention that issue to me yet, but that is one that I'd love to sit with you and talk to see what we can do if we move forward with this to make sure that we protect that that process.
So many of us came together in 2020, which some will call the longest legislative session in the history, to move Mississippi forward. And when I hear you say language like propose or amend sections of the Constitution, when we did that, that was part of the Constitution.
Right.
And so I was just trying to make sure.
Yeah.
I know the fourth issue you mentioned, even though it's not before us in this strike all, deals with the right to life. Certainly, if we're going to go down a road of trying to tell the voters in a ballot initiative, which I consider to be very fundamental to voters of the state, when the legislature fails to speak, they get a chance to actually bring an issue to the ballot. If we're going to enumerate certain things that we don't want them to have the opportunity to bring to the ballot, then certainly that's something I think we certainly should consider, considering the work and how much progress we, at the time, said we wanted to make in the state of Mississippi.
Yeah. And again, those provisions that you and I are discussing are not in the bill that's before us, but that's why this is such a challenging process to get done. I think sometimes in the media or in just, general public, there's a perception that, hey, we'll change something and we'll fix it, and everybody in this room knows that it's an awfully hard thing to do, to change or fix something. So if we are able to move something forward with this, I'd prefer, working with you, as always, working with my colleagues in here to try to, get it right on the first five.
Thank you, Chairman Parker. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons.
Excuse me, Senator Hickman, do you have a question?
Yes, question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Hickman.
Certainly.
Thank
Senator
you,
Hickman.
Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker. I just have some clarifying questions on Section 12. I want to make sure that I'm understanding the process correctly. So after, and in this bill, we don't have the number of signatures, but after the correct number of signatures have been gathered and they've been certified, Secretary of State looked over them, they will submit the initiative to us, the legislature, to both chambers the first day of that session. Once that process happens, we will have the option to either go ahead and just make the measure a law or not. Right. And it has to go through the governor if we do that, or we can reject it. But at the point of rejection from either us or the governor, at that point it just automatically goes on the ballot within the next election, those two elections that you mentioned. Is that the way that process works?
And the clarifying language that's in the strike all deals with the ambiguity of the original bill as I brought out, in the sense that, should we, should it be rejected? That was clear in there, but, we might decide to pass it, and then the governor might not sign it, and then was that really enacted, or the governor may veto it, and then if the governor vetoes it, what's the process? So in any of those processes, if it's basically not adopted in any way, shape, or form, it goes on the ballot. So just, it makes it more transparent as how that occurs.
In another clarifying question, so we will take this up, and if this body decides to pass this piece of legislation, it'll then go to the House. Are you saying that you're likely not going to take up any of the constitutional measures until we get a consensus on this, or do you have a date and time, or do you have rough around about when you think we'll take up the constitutional measures that are attached to this?
So the reason I don't have a time on it is because it's next on the calendar. And as you know, I've been standing up here a whole lot this session. And if I'm standing up here a whole lot today on this bill, I'm probably not going to want to stand up on that other one. But I do have a vehicle, to Senator Simmons' point, alive where we could take up the House version of that. But that's why I'm not, kind of disclosing, if I'm going to move to that next item or not this morning.
All right. And is the next item the complete version of what we'll be doing, or is it? Is it in complete form online as it is right now, or? And I'm just trying to see. I'm trying to get, because I feel like, and I think to maybe Senator Simmons' point, I can't speak to him. I feel like we're at a slight disadvantage voting on the vehicle or the mechanism, not knowing all of what the details will be. So with that, with pulling up that bill and looking at that bill, give us where your train of thought is on what the constitutional amendments are going to look like.
So I gave that a lot of thought as to which of these two I should bring up first. And I guess my concern on that would be that if we pass this without how it's going to work, and then we couldn't get into the clarification of what this does here, then we may have it show up on the for a vote, and then it gets ratified, and then we don't have any provision in our state law as to how we do it. I think that would be viewed as maybe more unfavorable than the alternative, and so that's why I did it this way.
Okay. And so, but I guess my question is, if I pull up the next bill, would that give me where your train of thought, whether you bring it up today, would that give me where your train of thought is regarding what we'll likely see when you do bring up the measure?
Absolutely, and that there will be, should that process happen, there will be similar technical clarification things that will probably be proposed by either the AG's office or the Secretary of State to just make their procedural method of, kind of doing this process easier, transparent, like the Secretary of State suggesting that he could deliver some notices via email. So that was I thought that was a very good small, modification. But I do think, to your point, that the SCR as passed out of AET this session gives you a good groundwork for kind of the thought, kind of leading into the any discussion that may come up on that bill.
Thank you for your work on this, and I hope that you will pass that, and maybe we can have some time to get together and give you some thoughts on.
Thank you, Senator Hibbert.
That. Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You have a question, Senator Norwood?
Yes.
Do you yield, Senator Norwood?
Certainly.
Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker. Is this legislation, this particular bill, looking at line, I believe it's 174 through 178, is that a mechanism by which certain citizens can put certain items or certain issues on the ballot?
So that's just, I'll read what I'm looking at, because I'm working off maybe a little different document here that I've highlighted than what the strike all is. But as I'm reading, if this is the same provision you're speaking of, subsection 3, the ballot summary shall be forwarded by a fiscal analysis not to exceed 50 words, indicating the amount, source of revenue, and reallocation of funding potentially required by the initiative measure as provided by by ELBO. So that would be the summary that would be placed on the ballot that gives the voters the idea of the impact that this might have on by passage, and where it would come from. So I'll just make up an example here, but say there was a provision that we wanted to move more money into public utilities, and everybody wanted to move, say, $1 million into public utilities. This provision would state that we're moving $1 million and we're moving it out of public broadcasting or wherever it's coming from. And then they would know when they're voting on it how much the impact would be to the state, and also the impact from where it came from, just like what we do in here when we consider amendments to appropriation bills.
So this has no bearing on the cost of implementing the what the particular issue that's on the ballot. It has no cost. It has no indication. There's no deterrent, I guess, as to what can be placed on the ballot based on the cost that it would to implement that particular initiative.
Right. It's just an explanation of that, and much like here, you know, because this is statutory. If you think about it this way, what this would be is when we enact a law, you know, any law that we enact, when it's actually recorded, is there's a provision that it's enacted by the legislature, and then it goes into the qualifiers of what we did. This would have a different enactment. It would be it enacted by the people, because it would be a statutory change that came through the initiative process by the people. And if 50 years down the road, if this were passed, if you look into our code book, instead of it saying be enacted by the legislature of the 2024 session, it would say be enacted by the people. I hope I was able to answer.
I mean, but this is not something that we asked on each piece of legislation that we pass in terms of the fiscal notes here and the source of funding. That's not something that we require as a part, or request rather, as a part of the legislation, is it?
So I'll give you an example. Say there was a ballot initiative that said that, you know, every person was going to get a free kitten. And their elbow would look at that and say, it's a free kitten, there's no financial impact of that, and then we would vote on whether or not every person was going to get a free cat. You know, I know that's a weird example, but elbow is only going to come back with a summary of the fiscal analysis if the measure that's being considered has a financial bearing on the state, or by passage is going to impact our budgeting or anything like that.
Well, and I think that everything that we would pass would have some type of financial impact. But I mean, if the citizens request this, if it's a citizen's request, and if the citizens overwhelmingly pass that, then shouldn't that be the guiding light as far as what we would do?
Yeah, that's exactly what will happen. That's what happens now. So if the signatures are gathered and this is placed on the ballot, and you know, because we fail to act as a legislature, you know, whatever the vote was, if it achieved that threshold for passage, then what would happen is it would come to us as codified law by the Secretary of State. So the Secretary of State's office will insert it into our code, and it'll be the law. You know, much like when we get to the end of our process and finish a bill, everything we finish is eventually, you know, codified and placed in our statutes. And
well, I guess what I'm saying, then you would agree that it's not really relevant as far as the cost. I mean, it may be good to know, but it's not relevant as to whether it's going to be on the ballot or not.
I think it's extremely relevant because, you know, say there was a proposal to eliminate the state income tax completely next year. For that not to be on the ballot, and for people to understand that if we did that immediately in 1 year, there would be programs and there would be, you know, impacts from that the state would struggle with very mightily, you know. And so that's why we put the provision in here, or I'll say I put the provision in there, because we didn't have this before. Before, we only had elbow looking at something if we had a legislative alternative, but I think analyzing it from the front or from the beginning is the correct thing to do.
Okay. And my second, I guess, concern is somewhere I saw where that individuals could be fined and charged with I don't know if it was a misdemeanor or a felony, and in prison for 6 months or something like that, if they sign this petition.
No, it's not for signing the petition. It's if the circulator is not following the rules.
The circulator is not following the
Right.
rules.
So again, the circulator has to register with the Secretary of State, attest that they're 18 years old, attest they're a legal resident of the state, and sign an affidavit under penalty of law, stating these facts. And if they, say they lie on all of those provisions, then they would be subject to a misdemeanor fine.
And that's everyone that would be seeking the signatures have to go through this process.
That's the circulator. So that's the person who's out there, carrying the petition around.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Good questions.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Blunt for a question?
Certainly.
Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Blunt.
President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I heard you say, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but the House concurrent resolution is a likely vehicle for the constitutional changes that will be required, and we need to hold our questions until that, if that measure comes up. And is that right?
So the House version as it came over did not reference or deal with the statutory requirements that we're discussing now.
Right.
It was limited in the scope. It was a start, but I think we as a body in here sometimes spend an enormous amount of time trying to get into the details, and I think what you have in front of us is a detailed proposal.
So, again, the issues that are going to be in the constitutional amendment, that's not before us.
That's not before
and
us.
We'll deal with that either in the SCR that's next on the calendar or the HCR
Right.
should it come up.
Right, and so, but both of those are still alive, So I'll give you a hypothetical. Say we pass this bill today, and I don't take the next bill up.
Yep.
That does not mean the initiative process is dead.
That's right.
Because there's a vehicle to make that happen.
Okay.
And so we've got two ways to the finish line.
And of course, I'm on your committee, and I think we're on a strike-all amendment. Is that right?
We are.
What is the difference in the strike-all from what passed the committee?
Yeah. So in Section 1, we added an email provision for the Secretary of State.
Okay.
In Section 6, it clarifies the submission process to the Secretary of State in lines 169 through 171. In Section 7, it provides that the Secretary of State shall also communicate in the posting the information to the Mississippi Press Association. In Section 12, it adds the provision that I read to you earlier. I'll find that again here real quick. This is a provision on, what happens if the governor vetoes it, and, how that. So again, let me make sure I had the right line numbers I gave you there. So the new language is from 304 through 310, and it's just partial changes in there. Again, the changes are, if it's not placed into law by the governor, rejected by the legislature, and then it also has a qualifier that these initiatives will be in the general election of either the president or for the governor.
Okay.
Oh, and there may be one more. Hold on 1 second. There was.
These all sound technical in nature.
They're all technical.
Okay.
They're all technical.
Okay. So most of my concerns have been raised previously, but I do have concern about lines 38 to 48, and I know it's modeled on this rule that we have, which regarding the appropriations process, but I think it's a bad rule, and so here's what I'm afraid of in the bill with regard to this obligation to identify the source of revenue. The source of revenue, doesn't that limit the petitioner or me as a legislator under this crazy rule we have to the laws and revenue that are in place today? For example, we had a medical marijuana initiative that passed overwhelmingly. And a lot of the cost to administer that program is based on fees that are collected by the Department of Health. Those fees are not in the law. And so if I have a medical marijuana initiative today, I can't point at a law that says we're going to authorize the Department of Human Services to assess these fees, and we're going to have all these fees on all these different people who are in that business and everything, and that's going to run the medical marijuana program.
So I think, if I can interrupt you for
Sure.
one second, I think if I were, say, the initiative proposal, the person proposing the initiative in that instance, my proposal that I would submit would be that I would like to have medical marijuana, and that the cost of this implementation will be borne by the fees of the program. And so Elbow, as they look at that in their analysis, I would think, again, I can't speak for Elbow, they would say the cost to the state would be zero because the fees or the process would be paid for with the fees.
Well, here's my fear about this, and I know I'm going to vote for this to move it along, but I mean, let's say like we had before the Supreme Court showed that they can count to 4 but can't count to 5. Let's say you want to expand Medicaid, for example.
Right.
And you want to have a hospital assessment to pay for the match. And that's how you'll pay for the program. And that hospital assessment is not in the current law. It would have to go to Elbow, who are legislators who may have their own positions about this, contrary to what other people, and you can't move forward. And Senator Norwood said this, just about everything that we do is going to have some kind of cost. And my concern is that the way this is drafted is there's your options to pay for what you want to do, even if you want to pay for it and you've got a plan to do it, are limited to the current law, and you can't make changes to fees, assessments, tax cuts, anything like that to pay for what you want to do.
So I will make this comment that in the bill that's not before us, I've tried to look forward into that a little bit because if something is passed, it will allow the legislature to make some modifications to that after a certain period of time. Mm-hmm. And I would see that, a cost or something like that was different than what was anticipated would maybe be one of those types of things that might come up. But, your questioning kind of brings me back to the question of, do we want to do this or not? And that's really, I think, the biggest question. There are a lot of people who maybe aren't in favor of us having, an initiative process.
I hadn't heard from many of them.
Right.
But
Yeah.
go ahead.
I've heard from a few of them.
Okay.
Well, introduce the bill and have it show up on the calendar, and you start to hear from people about different things. But I think a few people in the room can attest to that on many different issues, including yourself. But it is a complicated issue. It's in 1904 when it was passed, it was immediately challenged. It was challenged over some provisions related to gaming and not gaming but wildlife and things like that. And then it was thrown out in 22 over. In 22 it was thrown out over not because it would didn't basically have a single subject rule. It had something that was passed that had too many things in there. Yep. And it didn't have a discussion on it. And so that's why I've tried, at least in the background on this, I've tried to find most of the answers to the questions that we have, and this is a first attempt.
Well, not to restate, I share a lot of the concerns that have been raised earlier, but the thing that I would ask you to look at going forward is someone ought to have an obligation to pay for what they want to do, but they should not be limited to the laws that are on the books at the time the initiative is filed in order to achieve what they want to achieve. So I just ask you to continue to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I'd like to speak at the proper time.
At the proper time. Senator Turner Ford, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Turner Ford for a question. Senator Parker, you yield.
Certainly, yes.
Senator Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at sections 12 and 13, I think. And I know in the past when initiatives have been presented, the legislature has the opportunity to propose an alternative, and then those are the two questions, or however many questions that are placed on the ballot.
Right.
So would we also have that, would we still have that right to propose an alternative?
So I think earlier with Senator Blackman's question, I addressed that a little bit more too. So we're removing that, and because I just feel that should we decide to move this forward, it certainly created confusion for people I talked to when they went to vote and they had, vote for this measure, and and if we always had to tell people, well, go ahead and vote just in case this measure passes, and nobody could ever tell me really what the full threshold number was to pass something, because you understand what I'm talking about. So I think it's much more transparent to just have a provision that it passes by a 60% than it is to add that in there. I do think that the way we did it before probably set it up to more chance of failure. And I will say this, if you have enough people who sign the petition and want to see something passed, it shouldn't be that hard to get it passed if the overwhelming percentage of the people, have a desire to make a change. I think the confusion of the initiative alternative before was a detriment to the voting process.
And then section 15, which refers to section of the code 231742, actually deletes legislative alternative.
Yes, it deletes that.
And so with that, what is the implication of deleting that language?
So we won't have an alternative anymore.
And does it also, so are we anticipating that the Constitution cannot be amended by way of a ballot initiative?
So again, this is our statutory changes. So the constitutional issues will be in a different bill. But the desire is that should this bill pass, we also have to get the other process right too. And that will be more of the constitutional provisions you're referencing.
But doesn't this, by deleting legislative alternative, am I misunderstanding what I'm reading?
So the constitutional provisions that we have relate to an ability to change the Constitution. The language in the proposal we're speaking now is a statutory change. So should we choose to adopt an SCR or an HCR to change the Constitution, we would have to have that go on the ballot, and that new process would be inserted into the Constitution. Our current situation that's been proved, invalid by the Supreme Court would remain in the Constitution because we can't repeal or change that. This would all be, this is like we're starting from scratch on this, and so the new rules would be set by the SCR we pass, and then the regulations would be set by this type of bill that we pass to kind of codify the method.
And I just want to make sure I'm clear. The code section as it exists currently says when a proposed change, alteration, or amendment proposed to the Constitution by initiative of the people or legislative alternative receives the required number of votes. But what we're doing is deleting initiative of the people from this section of the code.
Which line are you on? So I can
I'm reading the current section of the code, which is 231742. But from the bill, I'm reading section 15, which will be lines 336 and 337.
So I'll tell you the intent. I'm just in reading it here, I'm not sure if we're on the same page. The intent is, and I'll be sure we get this right, is that the legislative alternative goes away and that this new provision of the 60% is the new method of the passage. And so we still have the opportunity to act on it as a body like we do now, but we just will not have that ability to propose an alternative that would end up on the ballot. I hope that helps.
And that the people would still have the opportunity to amend the Constitution.
No.
No.
So there's nothing that, well, so in the SCR, we're offering them the ability to amend the Constitution for a statutory change. So we're doing that. But within that provision, which we're not talking about now, we're not going to give them a new ability to amend the Constitution. That's not the intent of the law. The intent of what we have in front of us is to propose a new statutory change that is not constitutional.
And that the people cannot amend the Constitution.
Well, so let's talk maybe after this, because I think you and I are talking about the same thing, but we're interpreting a little bit different. Yeah, but I do see kind of where your question is coming from, but I don't think that's in front of us in this bill, but it's certainly something for discussion.
I think it might be, since this code section is what's addressed in the legislation, but thank you.
Right.
Senator Norwood, you have a question? You yield, Senator Norwood. Senator Norwood, you recognize.
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Parker. I just want to make sure we're on the same, have the same understanding here. Looking back at Section 9, lines 207-13, which speaks to the individual signing the petition. Now, has that been removed?
I'm not following you. I think I might be on a different spot here. So what is?
It speaks to the individual signing a petition. If they sign more than one petition, if they sign it with another name, if they are not a qualified elector or make false statements, they may be punished by fine, imprisonment, or both.
Right. So, yes, I think, so if we do have somebody who signs their name to 20 or 30 different petitions, I think that's in violation of voting acts. I would consider that like, going to 20 different voting precincts and voting 20 times. I think we should have very strong penalties for anyone who is acting in a fraudulent capacity.
I mean, I wouldn't look at 20 or 30, but I could see easily that with a number of petitions being circulated, that I may sign 2 petitions, not realizing that, but those names are going to be verified.
Right.
So if I sign...
And I think our clerks would just throw one out in that situation. I don't think, the intent would be to, go after anybody who made a mistake, such as that.
I mean, I just wanted to make sure, because that's, I could see...
I believe that may be our existing law right now, too, that you can only sign one, petition. So that's not new law that I've added or even given any consideration in my analysis on it.
No, I'm not questioning to sign. I mean, certainly I respect that we should sign one time, but I'm saying that if a person not knowingly or inadvertently signed, Derek come to me with a petition and somebody else come to me with a petition, so at some point later on and I sign, not realizing or not understanding that I'm not trying to cheat or fraud the system, and it's going to be verified anyway, if I can't, once I go to the clerk's office, they're going to verify, and one, it would be counted one time. So
Right.
I just wanted to make sure that this is what I.
Right, and you know, I think having language there that makes it clear that, you know, hopefully it'll make someone think back in their memory and say, hey, I think I did sign one of these before. Maybe I shouldn't sign this, or maybe I should, you know, check with who was with me that day and see if I signed this or not. But I think the intent in putting it in there is to have people not just, you know, stand outside of a store and have people sign something and have them not know what they're doing. It's to make it be very clear that they understand, you know, what they're signing, why they're signing it, and that they're not violating any law by signing multiple times on different petitions.
Now, you don't think anybody would do that now, do you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator. I see no further questions. Senator Hill, would you like to speak on the bills? No further, wait a minute, there is one other question. I'm sorry. Did you have a question, Senator Pope? Okay. Senator Hill, you are recognized.
I think we've got
Do what? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we had two amendments. Senator Blackman, recognized for an amendment. Sorry. Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Much like Senator Blunt said, I'm going to vote for this bill because I believe that the citizens of Mississippi should have an opportunity to directly speak on their government. What this amendment is going to do is try to hold us true to the words that are on the ceiling of this Capitol, this chamber, that says the people's government, made for the people, made by the people, and answerable to the people. If everybody that gets elected in Mississippi only needs a majority vote, I don't understand why we need to hamstring the people who go through the process of getting all the necessary signatures to get their initiative on the ballot. We say in this legislation would say that they would be required to get 60% of the vote for that initiative to become law. And then another section that says if it receives less than 60%, then it can be left off the ballot for 2 years. I just don't understand how we're making it such a high threshold for them to get it passed, but for it to fail and stay off for 2 years, it only requires a majority vote. So I believe this is a simple amendment to try to keep us in line with the words that are at the top of this dome in this chamber. And that's all I have on this amendment. It'll switch it from 60% to the majority.
Senator Sparks, what purpose?
A question.
Senator, you yield, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. If we adjust this to simple majority, I assume you mean 50% plus one?
Yes.
Okay. And in this body, which you referenced, when we pass any bill that affects money, what's the percentage that we have to pass that bill by?
I believe it's 3/5, right?
Okay. I believe that's right, too. And 3/5, if I multiply both times 2, I get 6/10, which is 60%.
And how we got here to be able to make that vote was a simple majority.
I understand that, but the majority of things that get put on the ballot affect the finances of the state of Mississippi. If somebody wanted to put a bill through here, a general bill, that also had an appropriations piece, it would get double referred. And I would still have to have 60%. So that's my biggest concern, is that when we have amendments that affect the taxpayers of the state of Mississippi, and we, the legislature, have to get 60% of the vote, that I don't think it's asking too much for the people to do that. Plus, when we get here, any legislation we pass, because this is not about getting elected, this is about passing legislation. This initiative process is for statutory matters, which is exactly what we do in here at 60%. But we have a second step we have to overcome. We have to get it on both ends of the hall. And then technically, we have a third step we have to overcome. We have to overcome a veto. So I don't think asking for 60%, particularly when most of these are going to impact the finances of the state of Mississippi, is too much to ask when we have to go by the same measuring stick of 60% plus potentially survive a veto.
We just disagree on that. I believe that if they go through the steps that it takes to get all the signatures, that's not an easy process. That is a long, drawn-out process to try to get to the signatures. They're not, in all the years that there's been a ballot initiative process, there haven't been many initiatives that have reached that threshold to get onto the ballot. So I just don't believe that after they've gone through all of the steps to get something onto the ballot, that they should have to get 60% just to get that through. I think it should be a simple majority, just like if it gets a simple majority against it, then it's off for 2 years.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Senator Parker, did you wish to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I see this as a challenging amendment to the bill. I certainly want to be sure we're doing this correct. There was a considerable amount of thought being put into 60% as a threshold. Senator Sparks raised some good questions about the negotiation and the art of negotiation between the Senate and the House. And so I'm going to ask you to defeat this amendment, and I'm going to tell you that I will have an amendment coming forward to raise that threshold a little bit, because when we go into any negotiation process that might occur with the House, I certainly don't want to be moving this 60 number down. So my desire would be to set it at a higher bar than the 60 that I originally proposed. But I ask you to vote against the amendment.
Senator Blackman, would you like to close on the amendment?
I think it's kind of ironic now we just hear that we want to raise it even higher and make it an even tougher burden on the people of Mississippi. But I hope that you vote for this amendment, and I move for adoption.
You have a question, Senator, from Senator Jordan. Senator Jordan, you do have a question?
Yes, sir.
You have a question, Senator
Yes,
Jordan?
sir.
You yield, Senator Jordan?
I yield.
Senator Jordan.
Senator Blackman, at the beginning of the idea of an initiative to be put on, with what the attorney just said, the costs run into quite a bit. Why not let the people know who wish, before they gather the signatures, how much it's going to cost to get such a bill passed? Then people will know up front what the cost is. But if we can be elected at 50 plus 1, then they have to go 6% on something important. Why not let them know what the cost will when you first hear of the initiative before they start collecting signatures? Let them know up front. Don't wait until after they have tried to get 60% of your fortune, then you come back and say the cost is to go up to that. Let them know up front.
I agree with you, Senator Jordan. I think we should give the citizens as much information as we can.
Sure. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator, move that we adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment has failed. We have another amendment. Senator Blackman, recognized for another amendment.
What this amendment will do is it will change it from only 2 initiatives being able to be on the ballot to 4. I really don't think that the burden of having to answer questions from our constituents should be a reason that we should limit it to 2.
Any questions? Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Same reasoning as before. I think in the negotiation process, I think it needs to be very firmly established that the Senate position is that it be limited to 2. So not only am I going to ask you to vote against this amendment, but I plan to bring an amendment to move it down to 1, so that when and if this bill goes over to the House, we have some leverage to further negotiate this further to make sure we get it the correct way. So I ask you to vote against the amendment.
Senator Blackman, you recognize close on the amendment.
Yes, I just love how we trust the people when it's time to vote for us, but when it's time for them to do something on their own, we want to limit it. So I move for adoption of the amendment if there are no more further questions.
We do have a question. Senator Turner Ford, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you recognize?
I yield.
Thank
Or
you.
yield? You're
Thank you,
recognized,
Mr.
Senator.
President. And thank you, Senator. I'm not sure if this question is appropriate for you or more so for the chairman, but what are we hearing coming from the House in terms of the number of initiatives that they are agreeable with us considering?
I haven't heard from the House, so.
Senator, I'll share that there have been, from lobbyists, concerns about the 60%. From lobbyists, I have not heard any pushback at all to the 2 provision. They, as you all know from different ads and things like that, their concern is to Senator Blackman's First Amendment and the number of signatures, but I have not heard any concern on this issue to date.
And I think you mentioned we should anticipate an amendment limiting the proposals to 1.
Let me be clear on this. I think the Senate position should be that what we're sending forward is what we're willing to agree to. And on certain proposals here, I don't have any willingness or desire to want to decrease the work and the time we put into this on this side and to bring those numbers up. And so I think by amending it in just a moment to take that higher, we'll send the message that, if there is negotiation, we'll negotiate from a higher number or a lower threshold.
And perhaps if we submit 4, could we maybe get 1 out of the House?
You know as I do, the House is a different body, and they have great insight into issues and give great consideration to things, but we often find ourselves working out details on the last day of session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, seeing no further questions, Senator, your motion is to adopt the amendment. Motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment has failed. Senator Parker, to close.
For an amendment.
You have an amendment. You recognize for the amendment. Senator Parker, you recognize.
So what this amendment would do, again, in the art of negotiation with the House, because we proposed amendments to be lowering the threshold, I think it's appropriate to send the message that the Senate position on this is that we're not willing to drop below the 60 percentile. Should this bill move forward, I look forward to talking with members here, and we may even see a move to bring this back down. But I do not think that a majority is the way to go on this, and my amendment would move the provision from 60% to 67% to make it a little bit more challenging to pass the initiative on the ballot. So I yield for questions.
Senator Blackman, for a question. You have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Blackman.
Certainly.
Senator Blackman.
Did I hear correctly that this change was at the request of lobbyists?
No.
I thought that was your response to Senator Turner Ford.
No, Senator Turner Ford asked me if I'd heard any objections to the 2 provision that you proposed, and my answer to her was that from lobbyists who are in favor of a ballot measure. Their concerns were on your First Amendment, the 60%, and not on the 2-to-4 amendment that you had before.
So was there a concern that 60% was too low or too high?
Their concern as lobbyists was that it was too high. My concern as a body is that when the House looks at amendments, they'll see that the Senate was considering an amendment to lower that. I would rather them see that we considered an amendment to raise it and then we adopted it, because that sends a strong message that we're not willing to drop our opinion on it.
Well, don't we routinely pass laws without consideration to how the House is going to feel about it?
I have no idea. Like I say, I don't know how the House is going to feel. This is the type of bill that, in my experience, we're not done seeing. We will see again. This is the first movement on this, and should this body choose not to adopt this bill today, this will be the last movement on this bill. So this is step one, and if we can't get past step one, step 2, 3, 4, or 5 are not going to occur.
What's the benefit to the citizens to raise it from 60% to 67%?
Well, I think, much like in this body, the more complex an issue is, the more votes it requires. So in here, to override a veto, I think we move that threshold up to 67% or a 2/3 vote. Revenue bills are 3/5. So it's the next threshold up in this body and how we consider legislation.
But we don't currently know how complicated any initiative is going to be, right?
Sir, I lost you.
Well, you said in this body, the more complicated the issue, the higher the threshold, but we don't know what the initiative would be to know whether it's complicated or extremely simple, right?
Right. I think you missed the point of my amendment. My amendment is a strong statement by the Senate that we feel that we take the initiative process very seriously, and that if something makes it onto the ballot, we expect there to be an outpouring of the people with a desire to change our laws for that to pass. And I think, I will say that had the issue not been raised to move it to a majority vote, it was not my intention to raise this amendment, but I don't want it to leave out of this body looking like we were seriously considering a movement of that threshold down. I would rather it show that we were seriously considering a strengthening number as to moving it to a 2/3 vote.
So you don't believe it would show to the citizens that we were seriously considering this and take their belief serious by having a simple majority or 60%? It would have to be 67% to show that we're taking it seriously?
So anyone who says that I have not been taking this seriously is welcome to come and talk to me. As I've announced already, you all know my room number. You can stop by and speak to me anytime, but I will continue to take this seriously, and I think this strengthens the bill in the form that we have before us today.
Well, I don't want you to think that I was insinuating that you weren't taking it seriously. I was just responding to your statement that 67% shows that we take it seriously. I was asking about, because you said that if it hadn't been suggested that it went to a simple majority, which was my amendment, that you wouldn't have came up with the 67% that shows that we're taking it seriously. So to me, it insinuated that I wasn't taking it seriously at my majority.
Okay. I think we're on opposite sides of the coin on this, but again, if this moves forward, I will be open to suggestions and dialogue along the process. But
thank you.
That's why we're in here. That's why we debate, is to have all of our opinions known. So if there are no further questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
You have another question? Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield to Senator Norwood.
Certainly.
Senator Norwood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Parker. Mr. Parker, I just want to make sure I am understanding what it is that you're saying. This is the framework by which the initiative would be conducted, if you will. Is that what you're saying? This legislation that we pass?
I think we're still on the amendment, Senator.
Oh, okay. I have one on the, not the amendment.
If you don't mind, I'll come back to you after we vote on the amendment if that's acceptable.
Okay, there are no further questions on the amendment. Your motion?
Move adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. Do it one more time. All in favor of adopting the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. We can have 6 or more. Let's do division. It's, I think, a little quicker. All those in favor of the amendment, well, of course, it takes 6 or more to stand. Okay. No problem. All right, here we go. All those in favor, please stand. Let me count. What'd you get? I got 28. I got 28. Okay. Please be seated. Those opposed, please stand. How many did you get? 14. Okay, the amendment has passed by a vote of 28 to 14. So now, Senator, I think maybe we have another amendment. Be glad to, Senator. Don't we have another amendment? We're on the 4th amendment.
So, Mr. President, I think we're back on the bill unless there are other amendments.
Right, you move adoption of the strike-all amendment?
Move adoption of strike-all. I think at least one senator has been asked to speak on the bill.
On the strike-all or on the final passage?
I think she's on strike-all, so I move adoption of the strike-all.
Okay, motion is, we have a question. Senator Norwood, did you have another question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator Norwood, you
Thank you,
recognize.
Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker. What I was trying to do was get an understanding to make sure that what we approved this morning or this afternoon, this is the framework by which the ballot initiative would be conducted, should it pass.
This is part of it. The other part will be within the constitutional change, but this is the majority of the provisional changes that we would use in the in how it's actually carried out in the state.
Now, all the provisions that we will approve, that we will vote on as a part of this legislation, there will be no changes. This is the document that we will be that will set the framework.
This will be the document that leaves the Senate should we choose to adopt it.
Absolutely.
But I'm not sure, how it will look when it comes back from the House, or if it comes back from the House.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, sir.
All right, seeing no further questions, Senator Parker moves that we adopt the strike-all. This is not final passage. The strike-all as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Strike-all as amended is adopted. Now we're on final passage, and Senator Hill wishes to speak.
I'll be very brief. First of all, I want to thank Senator Parker for his exhaustive work on this bill. What I want to speak about is the 35,000-foot view. Our country was created not as a direct democracy, but as a republic. The founders did not believe in a direct democracy. for various reasons. Our state was created to have 174 representatives from different portions of that state to come here and make decisions. You're getting a handout, and if you will look at the back side of it where it has outlines of states, these are ballot initiatives that have passed in some other states. And if you will look, a small faction of populated areas in the states have controlled these ballot initiatives. So in effect, when you give a direct democracy in the form of a ballot initiative to bypass the elected body who is sitting here, you're doing a parallel move to what would amount to the abolishment of the Electoral College nationwide. And there's many out there advocating for the abolishment of the Electoral College. And if we did that, the West Coast and the East Coast would control who's in the White House and many other things. So I would just ask, as you decide to make your vote on this, think about what the founders said about direct democracy. And it was just not what the framers envisioned. They saw a danger and tyranny of the majority. As a result, they advocated in a representative democracy in the form of a constitutional republic over a direct democracy. One of the founders said, "Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide. It is vain to say that a democracy is less vain, less proud, less selfish, less ambitious, and less avaricious than aristocracy or monarchy." So what you're going to have in the state of Mississippi, the same thing that's going on across the state. You'll have well-funded groups that want to come in here and pass things that they know would never get by this body because they can put the amount of money in it and make it look like anything that they want it to look like. We're here for a reason. Our people put us here. If they don't like what we're doing, they can put us out because we have an election every 4 years. So I want you to think long and hard about whether or not you want a handful of people and a handful of outside money through a direct democracy, creating policy that would likely never pass through this body. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Parker. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Polk, I understand may want to speak. You recognize to speak, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want to keep you in suspense, so I'll just start off saying I'm against this bill. I know that's a surprise to everyone, but that's where I am. Not because Dr. Parker, Senator Parker, hasn't done a yeoman's job doing the best he can to make this bill as palatable as he can to everyone. But it's a slippery slope. Senator Hill has pointed out several of those. You realize the 52 of us just went through the best and biggest ballot initiative this state has, or any state has. We were elected to be the senators of the state of Mississippi. Of the 52 of us, the incumbents, which were all, I think, but 7 of us, only one incumbent did not return that wanted to. What does that say? Does it say we're not listening to the people? No. We are listening to the people, or we wouldn't be back up here. They vote their conscience. They vote for the ones who think will represent their interests best. And they did that because we're back. Listening to those who have viewpoints and ideas that don't compare and don't jive with our constituents. We're here to represent 57,000 plus or minus people in Mississippi. They are our constituents. We owe our allegiance to them. We do not owe the allegiance to someone else outside of Mississippi. Remember that when you are voting today.
what good ideas are coming from a ballot initiative? As a conservative, and I will not apologize for being a conservative, as a conservative, over 2 years when I did not bring these type bills out, I could not find one ballot initiative that would have helped conservative causes in Mississippi. The next thing is, on the trail campaigning this year, how many of you had a majority of your constituents ask you about ballot initiative? I had 0. My people were interested in other things. They were interested in me coming up here and representing them today, which I hope I am doing. This bill, I hate to say it, is a rattlesnake. And the only way not to get bitten by a rattlesnake is don't get close to it. I will vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Now, that's it. Senator Parker to close.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Thank you, Senator Hill. I think, so I'll share this. This is issue that's brought to me. How you vote on this bill is not, don't feel like you have to vote with me, against me. It's up to this room to make up your decision on this. I will state this, that since 1904, we have had provisions in our Constitution regarding a ballot initiative process. As I've given this a lot of thought, I realize that I'm not going to be here forever, and that other people are going to be here past me, and they may give as much deliberation as this body gives to an issue, or they may not. And so what we're deciding is, if we are going to change things, do we want it to be constitutional or statutory? And I feel strongly that we should have a statutory process instead of a constitutional. And should we set the provisions at this stage as strongly as we can? And I feel strongly that we can. So with those thoughts in mind, I will share with you the vote on this bill this morning is a simple majority vote. The vote on the SCR, should we bring that up, is a 2/3 vote. It will be much harder to achieve that than it will this today, which is another reason why I wanted to bring this version up. But I do think we should think, if we want to make the decision now to set the stage for the future, or if we think 5 or 6 years down the road, we'll have another group in here that will be better suited to make that decision. And that was what I wrestled with in deciding on whether or not to bring this bill up today. And I'm of the opinion that this group today is a stronger group as I've ever seen. And if we are going to make a change, I would rather make that change with the group in this room than to look for that change to come and be made sometime in the future. But with that, we've adopted the strike call, so my motion would be passage by the use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggested use the morning roll call, final passes. Does any senator object to this objection? Call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Latner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Carter, Delano, England, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, McClendon, McMahon, Norwood, Parks, Rhodes, Robinson, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins. Voting yes or yea, Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Carter, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Kirby, Latner, McCon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Rhodes, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Turner Ford, and Williams. Voting no or nay, Berry, Blackwell, Butler, Chadzenall, Chisholm, DeBar, Fillingane, Hill, Johnson, McClendon, McMahon, Parks, Polk, Robinson, Seymour, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Whaley, and Wiggins. And Younger.
Senator Thomas, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like
What
to
purpose?
change my vote from no to aye.
To the vote no to aye, Senator Thomas. Senator Ladner.
Yes, I'd like to change my vote to no.
Senator Ladner from aye to no. Senator Carter.
I request unanimous consent to change my vote to no.
Senator Carter from aye to no. Anyone else? Senator Butler, did you, for what purpose?
Yes, I would like to change my vote from no to aye.
Senator Butler, no to aye. Okay, the bill is passed by a vote of 26 ayes, 21 nays. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand at recess until 2 p.m.
Motion is recessed to 2 p.m. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate stands in recess until 2. Senator Branning, you recognize?
Senate Bill 2635 on today's calendar.
That's item number 23. Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2635, non-consensual towing, regulate towing and charges for commercial vehicles.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Branning.
Thank you. I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee substitute.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Senate Bill 2635, the reasoning behind this bill is to address a problem that we have in our state. We rank as the third worst state for predatory towing practices, and that's sort of defined as any incident in which a towing company egregiously overcharges, damages assets, or wrongfully withholds release of a vehicle. There have been many instances of this happening across our state, but this applies just to commercial vehicles in our state. The parties that have been involved in this are the Truckers Association as well as the Towing Association. And at this time, I'd like to bring up a strike-all amendment that I have. I believe the desk has it, and this is a product.
You're recognized.
We need to adopt the committee sub.
Oh, yeah, we do. Before any amendments, we need to adopt the committee sub.
Thank you. I move to adopt the committee sub.
Senator moves to adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Aye has it. Thank you. Senator Branning.
The strike-all is a result or the end product of the Truckers Association and the Towing Association having worked together this week to agree on a final product, which is really nice. So in the strike-all, I'm going to go through it section by section. Section 1 is the definition section of the bill. Section 2 sets up a 7-member towing advisory council that will be housed at the Department of Public Safety, and it's going to establish rules and regulations of the industry. This will be promulgated by January of 2025, and it says that non-consensual tows shall be carried out through these rules and regulations. Section 3 defines the duties of the council, which includes a dispute resolution process. Section 4 talks about non-consensual tows being performed by the standards that will be adopted. Section 5 says that law enforcement may use a tow list as defined in Section 1. Section 6 establishes transparency and addresses any potential conflicts of interest that law enforcement may have in the carrying out of the duties and the tow list. Section 7 details the process for non-consensual tows, and Section 8 prohibits the use of a boot on a vehicle unless requested by law enforcement. I have also included a reverse repealer on this because I realize that you are being provided with a strike-all that's about 15 pages in length, and I want to make sure that this body has ample opportunity to review the legislation, ask me questions now, and then you'll be able to see it one more time before we end the session. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Senator, I do not see any questions, so.
I move to adopt the strike-all amendment.
Senator moves adoption of the committee substitute, right? So, I'm sorry, this is amendment, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, I lost my place.
Amendment.
Okay, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. It's amendment's adopted.
Final passage on the morning roll call, please.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Chisholm, no. Seeing no others, anyone wish to be voted as present? Seeing none, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Whaley, you recognize. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
Motion is Senate recess, subject to call of the chair. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands in recess, subject to call. Ready? Call the Senate to order. Senator Boyd, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we suspend the rules and go back to item 9 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2729, and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2729, Rural Physician Scholarship Program and Rural Dentist Scholarship Program, bring forward provisions related thereto.
Okay. Senator, you move to suspend the rules. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The rules suspended. Read the title. Usual motion, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
We would like, Senator McClendon is going to present for purposes today a new amendment to this legislation. I'll yield the chair to him.
Senator, you're recognized to explain. I think, can you hold before you get started? Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Introduction at the appropriate time, Mr. President.
Let's do it now so they won't have to wait. If you don't mind, Senator Norwood, go ahead and introduce the guest, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have joined us this afternoon in the West, in the South Gallery, members of the Reentry Coalition with Alicia Netterville, and we just ask for them to stand, and if you would make them feel welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Thanks, Senator Norwood. Senator McClendon, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Senators, today this amendment on Senate Bill 2729 is very simple and something that's needed. What this amendment does is add child psychiatry to the Rural Physician Scholarship Program. It'll add one scholarship, one additional scholarship, which is child psychiatry. The Senate chamber we just passed a bill that included 40 psychiatric beds in DeSoto County. The Senate chamber also just passed a bill to allow a compact for out-of-state psychologists to come in.
Senator, may I interrupt you just a second? We need to make a motion to reconsider. Reconsider the vote.
Motion to reconsider the vote, please.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Senator.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Again, this amendment will be a great help to Mississippi. All we talk about is the need for health in our rural areas. The child psychiatrists that would go through the program, have their tuition paid for 4 years, will be obligated to practice child psychiatry in a rural area. The amendment as follows is basically wording. Line number 1, amend on line 52. After the word OBGYN, we would be inserting Mississippi Psychiatric Association. Further in line 90, striking the words brought forward and inserting amended. On line 95, after the words family physicians, we'd insert the word child psychiatrist. In line 101, after the word family medicine, we'd insert the word child psychiatrist. Again, it's a simple amendment. It would be another commitment that this Senate chamber would show that we care about the needs of children in this state. At this time, I'll offer the amendment, sir.
Yes, you move to, go ahead, Senator. What were you going to say? You move for adoption of the amendment?
No, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, Senator, there are no questions. So Senator moves for adoption.
There are no questions. I ask for adoption of the amendment of the morning roll call.
Well, we need to vote on it. So it moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator McClendon.
Mr. President, I ask that for the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call.
Final passage of use of the morning roll call.
There you go. Senator suggested use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator. All right. Who's next? Senator Bryan, did you wish to bring up a bill? Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
I move that the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill number 2156, which is item 47 on today's calendar.
Senator Bryan moves we suspend the rules, go back to item 46. Senator, is that correct? 47. Okay.
I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2156, which is item 47 on the calendar.
Item 47. Thank you. Senator moves suspend the rules, go back to item 47 on the calendar. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Bryan.
I would ask that you recognize Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This bill in front of us, Senate Bill 2156, creates the Mississippi Rare Disease Advisory Council. And you might say, well, what is that? The council is a state-level advisory body that gives the rare disease community a stronger voice in state government. There's between 7,000 and 10,000 known unique rare diseases, and it's difficult for state government officials to have an in-depth understanding of these rare diseases and the community's needs. This lack of awareness contributes to the obstacles that rare disease patients and their loved ones face. These advisory councils can use their diverse membership and broad community support to identify barriers and propose solutions to help this rare disease community. So going through the bill, Section 1 talks about the rationale to establish a rare disease board. Section 2 establishes the Rare Disease Advisory Council. Section 3 outlines the responsibilities of the Advisory Council. Section 4 establishes that the council will be governed by a board of directors. And Section 5 establishes the Rare Disease Council, that an executive director will be appointed by the board. That's an explanation of the bill. And just as a note, this is model language in 28 other states. I'll yield for questions.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Jordan, for a question.
Mr. Chairman.
Sir, I yield. Senator Jordan.
Can you list some of the rare disease you're talking about? Give me an idea. I don't have a copy of the bill. Rare disease you talk, what are they? Just name one or two of them you consider rare diseases.
Let me see if I can find one here. Some of the examples of rare diseases include sickle cell disease, this junction knee muscular dystrophy, spinal muscular atrophy, cystic fibrosis, cerebral palsy, and different forms of leukemia and cancer.
Yes, I think you've listed enough of them. All right, thank you. That's all I want to know. What you consider. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
See no further questions. Senator, a motion.
Request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Bryan.
I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2873, item 51 on the calendar.
Item 51. Senator moves that immediate consideration suspend the rules on item 51. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I would ask that you recognize Senator Turner Ford.
Senator Turner. Oh, yeah, please read the title. Thank you.
2873, medical records retention requirements provide for.
Yeah, even on a, okay. Usual motion, Senator?
Yes.
You makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Request permission to explain.
I beg your pardon?
Request permission to explain the committee sub.
You're welcome, more than welcome to.
Thank you.
Please explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 2873 proposes to create uniformity among hospitals, dental practices, as well as the Medical Licensure Board for the retention of records. For hospital records, it would be a period of 10 years, and for graphic matter, images, and x-rays, the retention period would be 3 years. And it was amended in committee for that language to apply to all three of those disciplines. Yield for questions.
Are there any questions? I see no questions, Senator. Motion?
Move adoption.
Move for adoption of the committee substitute. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub is adopted.
I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of passage by the use of the morning roll call. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2888, which is number 58 on the calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go back to item 58 on the calendar, Senate Bill 2888. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The rules have been suspended. I would like to ask the title be read.
Yes.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2888, Medical Cannabis Research Advisory Board, enact and create the Center for Mississippi Medical Cannabis Research.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I move the committee substitute be considered in lieu of the original bill.
Please explain the committee substitute.
I ask the chair to recognize Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2888 creates a Center for Mississippi Medical Cannabis Research at the National Cannabis Research Program and Education at the University of Mississippi. And that's the only thing this bill does. It does not contain any provisions for expansion of the cannabis program. So basically, this sets up a research facility. They'll actually be able to take cohorts of patients with similar disease structures, try to identify what therapies they've been on, the effectiveness of those, so that eventually down the road we can set some parameters for recommendations of cannabis for patients with certain illnesses. As you guys know now, you go in and let's say you have high blood pressure, you're going to get a certain medicine, a certain milligram, certain dosage, and take it once a day, twice a day, and that's what hopefully we'll be able to do within the cannabis program. That's an explanation of the committee sub. I'll yield for questions.
Senator, I see no questions. You move for adoption?
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
Senator moves for adoption of the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub adopted.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Blackwell.
President. I have an amendment to the committee sub. Is it on?
Please.
It's on the screen, okay.
It is on the screen.
So this amendment just cleans up some of the language within the bill from, with regards to center or for research or for program. But section 1, we did have a couple of changes there as it related to the makeup of the board. So you'll see on line 27 of the amendment, we're specifying that one registered qualifying patient who is enrolled in the medical cannabis research in Mississippi. On line 33, we amended that to read one medical cannabis research scientist. On line 35, we specified that research, one representative from the Department of Health who is involved in the Mississippi Medical Cannabis Program. Line 39, one medical cannabis research technologist. On line 43, we added one physician experienced as a principal investigator in a cannabinoid research and or clinical trials. And those are the changes in the amendment. I'll yield for any questions.
Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, I do, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Seymour for a
Yes,
question? Senator Seymour.
The University of Mississippi had a research program for years. Has it been dissolved, or is this all redundant of what they're doing?
That's a good question, Senator Seymour. No, it's still in existence. What that does, that's a federal program, research program, and they basically grow cannabis for the federal government. And they're fairly limited. They grow it when the feds tell them to grow it. They send it where the feds tell them to send it. So it's completely different from what this particular program is going to be.
In what way?
Well, in this one, we're going to study patients and the effect of cannabis on those patients.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hill, have a question?
Yes.
You yield, Senator Hill.
I'd be disappointed if I didn't get a question. Yes, I'll yield.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
That's all right.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
I'm looking at the makeup of this board. One physician who's a Mississippi registered cannabis practitioner, then owner or agent of a medical cannabis cultivation facility, advanced practice nurse who is a Mississippi registered cannabis practitioner. So I guess my concern is you'll have two of these because you'll have one representative from the speaker and one from lieutenant governor. Why are we putting people who stand to profit from medical cannabis on this research board?
I think we removed those and replaced those. Are you looking off the bill or the amendment?
Well, let me see. Is this not in the original?
Well, it was in the
is this not in the committee sub?
We're doing an amendment to the committee sub where we changed some of those.
So did you take all the ones out that have a financial interest in cannabis? Did you take all the members of the board out that have a financial interest in cannabis?
Give me just a second. I believe we did. Let me just, yes.
And what are they, who are they?
So they're either patients or physicians or scientists that are on the board.
But are they ones that practice cannabis or just generalized researchers and physicians?
No, so that we want them to have some experience in cannabis.
So they would be the ones that are prescribing the cannabis?
I think two of them would be the physician and the nurse practitioner.
But the growers?
There's no growers in it.
Okay.
No cultivators, no processors.
So you left the physician on there, and you also, what about the nurse practitioner that has 100 cannabis patients? Did you leave those in there?
Yes, ma'am. It's on line 36 of the amendment.
So wouldn't you say that those still have a potential profit interest in how this research may come out?
I wouldn't say they have a potential profit. They're seeing patients just like anybody else would, but they do have a particular expertise in the fact that they have invested in training and understand what product they're recommending to the patients.
well, I'm not saying that people would put their thumb on the scale, but I've read a lot of scientific articles and researched things, and typically, a lot of times, whomever is on the research or board that has an interest is usually the way that research comes out sometimes. But I appreciate your answer my question. I appreciate you trying to clear some of that up, at least removing some of them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, see no further questions, a motion.
Move for the adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment to the committee sub. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
Move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Does any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill, Senator Berry, Senator Seymour, Senator Williams, Senator Branning, Senator Barrett, Senator Tate, Senator Parker. Anyone wish to be, I'm sorry, Senator Chisholm. How about present? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting present? Seeing none, please record all other present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. All right, Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I have one more.
Yes, sir.
I move and then I'll be back later in the afternoon, but I don't want to wear out my welcome. I ask that the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2727, item 43.
Item 43, Senator moves, suspend the rules, go back to item 43. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Oh, we've got to read title first, Senator. I'm sorry. Read title.
27, Mississippi Youth Mental Health Task Force create and provide membership and duties.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I ask the chair to recognize Senator Boyd.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill that you have before you is a K-12 and post-secondary mental health task force. This is something we've been working on for a number of years to try to look and see what could be most effective in really helping those with mental health issues within our schools. When you visit your elementary schools, your high schools, your middle schools, one of the common things that your teachers say that they need assistance in and they need help with is mental health issues within their classrooms. Since the pandemic, many of them have noticed increased amounts of mental health issues. Our colleges and universities are the same. They are increasingly seeing a number of people with mental health issues. I think it's also, too, that we are recognizing mental health issues more frequently. Looking around the country to see what's been novel and done in places across the country, we found that Texas had done a great deal in advancing mental health issues with their K-12 population and their university and college population. Back in 2019, Texas started with a mental health task force. The work that they have done over the last number of years in working with providers and working with local leaders in those different communities to really expand the network of options that individuals have with in mental health has been absolutely tremendous. I want to thank Canopy for working with us on this legislation in trying to see how that we start to have those conversations here in Mississippi. So this piece of legislation would put together a task force that would have various representatives from across the state that have expertise in mental health with our legislature as well, in seeing that what we can do to put together a system statewide that really will be able to meet the challenges and the needs that we have in individuals with mental health issues, particularly all of our families. Senator McClendon was up here today talking about the need for expanded practitioners in this area, and I think this is a theme that we've seen nationwide. So on that notion, I would also like to propose an amendment at the appropriate time, Mr. President.
Okay, well, you're recognized, well, it's not a committee sub, no. Yeah, you're recognized for amendment.
Thank you. The amendment that you have before you is also, we need to, kind of on the same, but just a little bit different. We need to complete the task force work that was done on Part C of IDEA. Part C of IDEA is the Youth Early Intervention Task Force. It starts getting these children at birth to 3 before they go in their school system. We have a dysfunctional web in the state, kind of early intervention services. I want to thank Dr. Edney for coming to the table and working with this task force that we've had this past year. Also want to thank Dr. Susan Buttress, who did a phenomenal job from UMC leading this task force. Also Senators Johnson, Senator McCon, and Senator Hobson. For working on this task force, as well as some various House members. But everybody, we've got a little bit more work to do. We discovered some great gaps in the systems that we have across the state. Medicaid voluntarily came to the task force, but we need some more work done in this. And so the task force asked that we reconvene them. It is not costing the state anything, but good volunteers that are working across the state. So I would move that to adopt this amendment.
Okay, we do have a question. Well, we had a question. Seeing no questions, the Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If no more questions, I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
We have a couple of questions, I think.
Okay.
Senator Horn, for a question. You recognize Senator
Yes, sir.
Horn? Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Boyd, I noticed that the bill appears to be absent of any private psychologist or psychiatrist per se who would serve on this advisory board.
I believe it has in here individuals that we have one psychiatrist at line 56. It can be one private psychiatrist on line 56 with expertise in treating children appointed by the governor. We also ask for a clinical psychologist, which would be a private psychologist as well, in line 58.
All right, but and I don't know which line, but I was looking at one line that said an employee, a psychologist who's employed by a school district. Could they also be contracted with the school district?
They could. We were trying to look for, particularly in looking for this, we were also really looking for somebody that was a full-time employee, just because we knew that that would be the scope and breadth of their practice, that they were doing that full-time. So we kind of made a conscious decision in that, and of not asking for somebody who contracts, because we do know that we have private contractors, but they only may do a couple of hours a week at the school. So we were looking for more of that full-time individual.
And in my experience, when psychologists are dealing with students, they generally are other attending problems that impact the family.
Exactly.
And others in that environment. And so even though a psychologist may be dealing with this child, they wind up having to deal with the mother, possibly the father, and some other siblings, and it would seem to me that someone who's got a scope of practice that would include the entire family might be appropriate as well.
I'm open to, Senator Horn, if you'd like to make an amendment that somebody who's an employee or contracted with, I'm open to that amendment, if you'd like to make that amendment.
Thank you.
That would be a friendly amendment.
Okay, Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Seymour.
Chairman. We talked earlier with two ladies about the safe dormitories. Will this task force be able to look into the psychological problems of the unit dormitories?
Senator Seymour, I think this will be looking at issues that come in our university campuses and how we set that network of care up so that we can make sure that we tackle those issues as well.
Thank you.
All right, I see no further questions, Senator. Motion.
You're going to hold on it? Okay.
Oh, you want to hold off for an amendment? Senator Horn, you're preparing an amendment? We'll hold off. Thank you.
Nan?
Senator Horn, you're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What my amendment would do is on line 60 where it says one school psychologist employed by or a Mississippi public school district. I would change it to say one school psychology employed by or contracted by a Mississippi public school district.
Okay. Senator Boyd.
Happy to respond to any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Doesn't wish to respond. Move for adoption of the amendment. Senator Horn
move adoption of the amendment.
Moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's passed. Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Boyd.
If there's no more questions, I would move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Okay, who's next? Senator Whaley, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 31, call it up and have the title read.
Suspender moves that we suspend the rules, go back to item 31. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Rules suspended. Go back to item 31, Senate Bill number 2639. You asked that the title be read?
Yes, sir.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2639, Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks, bring forward certain code sections regarding.
Senator Whaley.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Senator Whaley. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very simple bill, very simple concept with this. We're just bringing forward the code sections within the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks in the event that we need a vehicle to do anything with parks or wildlife management areas. While we're here in this session, there are some things that potentially may need addressing. This bill also has a reverse repealer, and that's a basic explanation, and I would take any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions. Senator, for motion.
Move that we pass by use of the morning roll call. I need to adopt the committee sub, excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it. I see now it is committee sub. Senator moves to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, yes, Senator, use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Yes, sir.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules and go to item 29.
Senator As we suspend the rules, go back to item 29, Senate Bill number 2651. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Rules suspended on item 29. Senator Whaley,
I'd like to call that up and have the title read.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2651, trespass to hunt, fish, shoot, or trap, revise offense description and impose penalties and fees.
Senator Whaley.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes your usual motion. Does anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Whaley.
I'd like to recognize Senator Suber to explain the committee sub.
Senator Suber, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is a trespassing bill for the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. And I do have an amendment for a couple of technical changes, but basically it's just saying that it's unlawful to knowingly enter the lands of another without permission of the landowner to hunt, fish, shoot, or trap. In Section 2, we just reference a code section, a trespassing code section. We're going to make a technical change there, reference a different code section. It's the same, it's a different trespassing statute, but it's the more proper one in this case. Section 3, any second or subsequent violation, you can forfeit your rights for hunting, fishing, and trapping for a period of 1 year. Item number 4, any fish, wildlife taken and means that you violated the statute can be seized by the law enforcement officer. Section 5, the penalties for items in Part 4, any fish, wildlife parts, can be assessed a fine of $100 to $500. And I do have an amendment at the proper time.
Okay, well, we need to adopt the committee sub for an amendment. So are any questions on the committee sub?
So I move to adopt the committee sub.
Senator moves adoption of committee sub. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now the committee sub's adopted and you have an amendment.
So I'd like to offer an amendment, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
On line number 12, we're adding the word for a person after unlawful. There were a few questions about the bill. This is not a dog hunting bill. This is just a trespass bill. So we add the words for a person after the word unlawful. It should stop that problem. And on line 18, we're swapping out a code section. There's multiple trespassing code sections. The 97, 1793 is the more proper for game violations. And then we're also adding a reverse repeater. This is a work in progress. We do have a companion House bill that we're working on also. So like I said, we want to put a reverse repeater in here so we can make sure we get all the language right that we need to. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Younger, for what purpose?
Question, please.
Do you yield to Senator Younger for a question?
I do.
Senator Younger.
Do these rules apply to the game wardens too?
Well, if they're investigating a possible infraction, I think they get an exemption. Now, if they're hunting,
If they're hunting and they're not in their uniforms.
yes, it would apply to everybody.
Thank you.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Seymour for a question?
Two questions.
Or
Mr.
two
Chairman.
questions.
One, this
Senator
has
Seymour.
no way implied status of an animal being trespassing.
No, and that goes back to on line 4, we're adding for a person.
And following up on Senator Younger's question, as far as the officer in his capacity of duty of law enforcement, he still has to follow the same laws that our public safety, our highway patrol, or our sheriff's deputies and all, as far as how they can proceed as far as on the private property.
Right, that's correct. If they're in their official capacity as a law enforcement officer, then they would be allowed to go on your property. However, if they're on there not in that capacity, then they could be in violation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you see no further questions. Motion, Senator.
I move to adopt the amendment.
Motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted.
And
Senator?
if there's no further questions, I move for final passage based on the morning roll call.
I think you may have one. Senator Tate, for what purpose? He passes. Okay, you suggest use more roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of more than roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Suber, you recognize.
I move to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item number 25.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go back to item number 25, Senate Bill number 2465. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. The rules have been suspended. Going back to item 25, Senator.
And I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2465, Public Property, direct MDOT to convey certain land used as a park to the city of Marks.
Senator Suber.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Does anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Suber.
I'd like to recognize Senator Jackson to explain the bill.
Senator Jackson, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Suber. Here's a simple bill that seeks to transfer a park in Marks, Mississippi to the city of Marks from the Department of Transportation. Commissioner Caldwell, Brad White are on board with this. They are for it. And if there's no any questions, I have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Okay. Seeing no questions, you recognize for an amendment. Please, do they have the amendment at the front desk? Okay. You recognize to explain the amendment.
The amendment just adds some words in exchange for fair market value, not just transferring, as it can't just be transferred. And also that any expense incurred for surveying is due by the city of Marks, and there's also reverse repealer.
Okay. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, a motion, Senator.
I motion to have it passed by use of morning roll call.
Senator suggested use of morning roll call.
Adopt the amendment.
For final passage. Do what?
Adopt the amendment.
Oh, we didn't adopt? I thought we did vote on the amendment. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we voted on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. All opposed, no. Amendment is passed. Now, the senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. I swear we voted on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Who's next?
Senator Bryan.
Senator Bryan? Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
Well, if no one else will, Mr. President, I can make a motion.
Thank you.
I move we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2862, item 59 on the calendar.
Senator, as we suspend the rules, go to item 59, Senate Bill number 2862. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Rules have been suspended. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2862, Radiological Health Services, authorize Board of Health to collect fees in congruence with certain federal regulation.
Thank you.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I move the committee substitute be considered in lieu of the original bill, and I ask that you recognize Senator Blunt.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized to explain the committee's substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill comes to us from the Department of Health. It deals with the fees that the department charges within its division of radiological health to license, regulate, and inspect all radioactive materials in the state of Mississippi that are not under federal jurisdiction. What we're talking about are three broad categories: X-ray machines, mammography facilities, and the Grand Gulf Nuclear Power Station. Currently, the department operates at an approximately $800,000 a year annual deficit in the cost it takes to run this program and the fees that are generated. The committee substitute would allow the department to raise the fees for the services. It does not expand the scope of what they're checking, but it would allow them to raise the fees for inspecting the safety of these facilities by not more than 2 times over a 4-year period, and each time at not more than 25%. It's been 5 years since the department has raised these fees, and this will get them on a track to at least begin to reduce the size of the deficit it takes to operate the program. That's the explanation of the committee substitute, Mr. President. I'm happy to yield for any questions.
Are there any questions on the committee substitute? Seeing none, Senator?
My motion is do adopt the committee substitute.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee substitute adopted. Senator Blunt.
I'll be happy to yield for questions. Otherwise, Mr. President, my motion is passage by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Seymour. Anyone else? Senator Chisholm. Present for Senator Blackwell. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you. Senator Bryan.
I move that the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2874, item 52 on the calendar.
Senator requests that we suspend the rules, go back to item 52, Senate Bill number 2874. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I'll ask that the title be read.
Yep. Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2874, State Board of Funeral Service requires certain continuing education courses for licensees.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I ask the chair to recognize Senator Johnson.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill came at the request of the Board of Funeral Service. Their request is that we allow them to require continuing education for funeral directors. This would be at a rate of 4 hours per year or 8 in a biannual renewal period, and that's an explanation of what the bill does.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the motion, Senator.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. What we got left? All right, so does he know that? Yes, sir. Senator Pope, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
Motion is stand in recess, subject to call of the chair. It gives time for everyone to look over the calendar. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate stands in recess, subject to call of the chair.
I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2159, item 48 on the calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go back to item 48. Senate Bill number 2159. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan, you recognize.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2159, Marriage and Family Therapists, revise certain requirements for licensure.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
I ask the chair to recognize Senator Fillingane.
Senator Fillingane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill amends existing law to provide additional educational qualification requirements for the marriage and family therapist. Specifically, it allows those who hold a master's degree or doctoral degree in marriage, couple, and family counseling from an institution of higher education that is accredited by the CACREP, which stands for Council for Accreditation of Counseling and Related Educational Programs, to be qualified. It also requires the completion of 100 hours of clinical supervision before receipt of the qualifying degree and the completion of a clinical practicum that meets the accreditation requirements of the committees. Additionally, it deletes the requirement that the therapist complete a clinical practicum that consisted of a minimum of 300 client contact hours and instead requires the practicum meet the accreditation requirements of COA-MFTE or CACREP programs. That is an explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? I see no questions. Senator, motion?
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests we use the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 49, Senate Bill 2714, and move that the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration.
Senator asks we suspend the rules, go back to item 49, Senate Bill number 2714. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2714, Qualified Residential Treatment Program, authorizes alternative placements for children and youth in CPS custody.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, the Department of Child Protection Services wishes us to authorize placement of children in qualified residential treatment programs. These are children with difficult problems. They're too difficult really to stay in their home and too serious to go to a foster home. But this is a step in between that and a more restrictive setting. They've been working on this for a while. They wish to have this as an alternative, and this bill lets them have that. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
See no questions. No questions. Senator Bryan has moved or suggested the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing Senator Hill as present. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 50, Senate Bill 2871, and move that the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of that item.
Senator Bryan moves to suspend the rules. Go to item 50, Senate Bill number 2871. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2871, the Mississippi Juvenile Tobacco Access Prevention Act of 1997, amend to provide consistent reference to age.
Senator Bryan. Usual.
I make the usual motion.
Senator Bryan makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I ask the chair to recognize Senator Fillingane.
Senator Fillingane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2871 simply amends a few of the code sections in this section to conform with existing law to provide that it shall be unlawful for individuals under the age of 21 to purchase tobacco. A couple of years back, we provided for this, and for whatever reason during that legislative process, there were sections that were not correctly amended. So some of the sections have under 18, other sections have under 21. So the Attorney General has requested this legislation because they have trouble enforcing the law as a result of the ambiguity and confusion that the current code sections have created. That is an explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
No questions, I'll move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 53, Senate Bill 2858, and move that the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration.
Senator Bryan moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 53, Senate Bill number 2858. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2858, patients with life-threatening or debilitating illness authorized to receive individualized investigative treatment.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. Senator Bryan. Ayes have it.
Mr. President, this is a bill by Senator Harkins. It is directed to people who are in life-threatening situation, and they're basically experimental drugs and experimental treatment. This would authorize manufacturers and others to make available those drugs and those treatment to people who are, frankly, at death's doorstep. That's what the bill does. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill's passed. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 54, Senate Bill 2860, and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2860, Medication Aid Act, Act to allow aides to assist in the administration of medication in personal care homes.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I move that we adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
The senator moves it. Would you explain, please? You're recognized to explain.
During the pandemic, there were situations in which medical aides under supervision could administer medicine in personal care homes. And this is a limited exception to the general rules to allow that procedure, which worked well during the pandemic, to continue. It has a reverse repealer in it. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? We did not adopt the committee sub. My fault, Senator Bryan. All those in favor of the committee sub say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted. Now the senator suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll calls voting aye. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2883, which is item 57 on the calendar.
Senator Bryan moves that we suspend the rules, go back to item 57, Senate Bill number 2883. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. The rules have been suspended. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2883, Community Health Workers Revised Provisions of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I ask the chair to recognize Senator Boyd.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to explain.
This act was brought to us by the Health Department The community health worker, what they seek to do is have a community health worker certification program in the State Department of Health. Many states across the country have an active army of community health workers that help fill in the gaps of our healthcare delivery system. Presently, right now, internally in the Department of Health, they have 25 community health workers. They have 18 in community-based organizations, and they have 6 that are going to be hired in the maternal health and underserved communities, and they have 9 that will be working in STD and HIV management. What the community health workers do is they're frontline health workers. They are usually a trusted member of the community. They come from the same community. They may share similar backgrounds, language, cultures. They also offer a bridge to the health delivery system. Our health system can be very complicated. And so what these individuals do is they help connect people with resources. They also may help them with chronic disease management, maternal child health care things. Texas has a huge cadre of people that work in mental health support, helping them navigate that system as well. What this bill would do is it would establish that certification program in the State Department of Health. It would provide that the Division of Medicaid seeks approval from the Centers of Medicaid and Medicaid Services for a state plan amendment waiver to provide reimbursement for those services. And then it also puts the Department of Health in certifying those community health workers for practice in Mississippi. It also asks the Department of Health to promulgate rules necessary to carry out the provisions of this act, and then look for also do any denials, suspension, certification, and revocation of those certificates. Mr. President, that's a brief explanation of the bill. I'll be glad to take questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
I move for adoption and the use of the morning roll call.
The Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of the motion to reconsider on Senate Bill number 2240, item 13 on today's calendar.
Senator Bryan moves that we reconsider the vote. Senator, is that what you said on item 13? No, or did you table the motion? Did you? I'm sorry. What was your motion again, Senator?
My motion was to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 13.
Suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 13, Senate Bill number 2440. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2240, Board of Medical Licensure, revised licensure status, definitions, procedure, fines, and temporary practice authority.
Senator Bryan.
I move that we do reconsider the vote.
Seeing no questions, the Senator moves that we do reconsider the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, Senator Branning requested that we vote on this bill a second time in order to allow her to be recorded as voting no. For that purpose, I've brought the bill back up. I now move adoption of the committee report and suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? You have a question of Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan, do you yield Senator Hill for a question? Senator Hill.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. That bill we passed a couple back about allowing the aides in the nursing homes to help administer medicine. I'm concerned that the broad language in this bill right here that we're reconsidering the vote on would adversely affect those folks that we just gave permission to give medicine to because they're not licensed. And in your bill that we're bringing back up right now, it says anybody that administers any kind of medicine to try to help somebody in any kind of way that's not licensed is in violation. So I'm concerned that we've passed competing bills, and I'm just asking if you'll look at that as it moves on down the line.
Yes, the other bill has a reverse repealer in it, yes.
Well, this might be the one that, does this one have a reverse repealer? This one?
I believe it does.
Okay, because that's such broad language. It does not?
It does.
It does? Okay. So I'm just asking to look at that because that's of the broad language that catches people who might be just doing that, what you're talking about in the nursing homes or personal care homes. I believe we're criminalizing them in this bill. Thank you so much, Senator Bryan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator
Again,
Hill. Yes, sir.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator Bryan suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded voting no? Senator Hill, Senator Williams, Senator Seymour, Senator Blackman, Senator Williams, Senator Branning, Senator Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting present? Present. Senator McClendon. Senator Ladner, present. Senator Parker as present, and Senator Barrett as present. Anyone else? Seeing no others, bill is passed by use of the morning roll call. Okay. Please record all others present by use of the morning roll call. The bill is passed. Now, where are we? Anyone else? Does anyone else wish to bring up a bill on the calendar? Okay, so we'll move then, if that's true, we'll move to announcements. Move to announcement. Any senators have any announcements to make? Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Rules Committee will meet in the Pro Tem's office 5 minutes after adjournment.
Thank you, Senator. Okay. That's the only one. So anyone else? Senator Polk?
No, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Carter and Senator Wiggins. Senator Carter, didn't see you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adjournment memory.
You're recognized.
When the Senate adjourns today, I ask that we adjourn in the memory of John Bartley Boykin, who lost his life 2 days ago.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a motion to reconsider from yesterday's calendar, item number 83, Senate Bill 2575. And on today's calendar, item number 18, Senate Bill 2770. And item 46, Senate Bill 2776.
Please join the chairman. Okay, next, I'm sorry, Senator Horn.
Announcement.
You're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, on next Thursday, the Boys and Girls Club, and we all know what a great job they do for young men and women in our community, is having a couple of events. They're doing a legislator's reception next Thursday at the Rick House near the Manship, starting at 5:30, and then a Youth of the Year luncheon is being held the next day at the Westin Hotel, beginning at noon, and there are QR codes. If members would like to attend either of these activities, you can go to the QR code and make your reservation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Wiggins for an announcement.
Motion to reconsider, Mr. President, on item 41, Senate Bill 2822, today's calendar.
Please join the chairman. Okay, next, Senator DeBar.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we adjourn today, I'd ask that we adjourn the memory of Bobby Fick, the former chief of police for the town of Leakesville, who passed away earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McMahon.
Adjourn in memory.
You recognize?
The Senate adjourns. I ask we adjourn today in memory of Ty Dollar, Jim Beecham, and Jackie Paul Thomas.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, announcement.
Mr. President, I have asked unanimous consent to co-author a couple of bills.
You have a couple of bills.
Yes.
Bring them forward. Is that what you're saying?
To be considered as a co-author.
Oh, okay, Senator.
Okay. On yesterday's calendar, number 15, Senate Bill 2311. Number 59, Senate Bill 2417. Number 73, Senate Bill 2682. Number 99, Senate Bill 2693. And on March the 12th, number 56, Senate Bill 2244. Number 64, Senate Bill 2689. Number 132, Senate Bill 2690. And number 59, Senate Bill 2268.
Please show its co-author, Senator Norwood's co-author on those bills. Next is Senator Hill.
With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author on number 51, Senate Bill 2873, item 53, Senate Bill 2858, and that's all.
Okay, please show as co-author. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I'd like to, with unanimous consent, to be added as a co-author of number 47 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2156, and number 58, Senate Bill 2888.
With no objection, you'll be added. Senator Butler.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I would like to, with unanimous consent, I would like to be added to Senate Bill number 2696, 22 on the calendar today.
Thank you, Senator. With no objection, will be added. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I would like to join in Senator McMahon's motion that we adjourn in memory of Jim Beecham. I would also like to move that we adjourn in memory of John Darden, a longtime alderman from Amory and a longtime friend.
Thank you, Senator. Please note it. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on today's calendar, item number 29, Senate Bill 2651.
Please note. Next, Senator Derek Simmons.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to be added to as a co-author to Senate Bill 2682.
That's the only one, Senator?
Yes.
Okay. No objection will be added as co-author. All right. I think that's it. So now, I'm sorry, Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author on number 29, Senate Bill 2651. And also number 53, Senate Bill 2858, please.
With no objection, will be added. Senator Sarita Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added as co-author for Senate Bill 2888, item number 58. Thank you.
Please note, no objection will be added. Senator Albert Butler.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. On yesterday, Senator Hopkins asked to adjourn in memory of Michael Mayfield of Vicksburg, Mississippi. I would like to be on there with him.
Yes, sir. No objection to be added. And I believe that's it. Any other announcements? If not, then we'll go to Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m., at which time the journal will reflect that we're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Senator moves that we stand in recess till 5 p.m., at which time we'll stand adjourned till 9 a.m. tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate will stand in recess till 5 p.m.